libel and slander, as well as the FBI showing up to his door for death threats on the internet. They might have to show up.
So here's something about being all in, right? You guys gotta figure out like what you need is being played here. If politics is a game, and if it's a zero-sum game where you can win the election, lose the election, then I would say that the strategy and obstacles are going to make that game very, very difficult. But if you can think outside of that zero-sum game and ask yourself, how can I win in this game that I'm playing, where I'm running for Congress, trying to bring attention to the fact that there's $37 trillion of national debt, there's $100 trillion of unfunded liability. If he can make a big enough splash, if he can be just crazy enough and dangerous enough and raise enough money to get the attention, what may happen is Democrats may start funding his campaign, because that would be the thing that would harm his Republican vote. And so there are different things that you can do strategy-wise that can make his voice more powerful and amplify it. And it doesn't, I think the mistake that people make is that, oh, if he loses the election, then the game is over and he's lost. I would say that if he runs, brings attention to the issue, and loses in an epic fashion, he actually wins. And then that sets up a new game where you have a whole new set of goals and objectives.
Right, what I'm saying is play plan A first and don't have a plan B, right? Play plan A first. And John, can you see yourself moving in Congress as Congress? And can you honestly say that you see yourself
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this is destiny. My whole life has been leading up to this moment to run in this campaign.
well, yeah, but
That's a great answer. Please answer exactly that way anytime it happens.
no, but he didn't actually answer. He didn't actually
Practice that on your.
He answered like he was going to be there. I asked him, can he see himself there now?
The now is all important, and what I'm doing now is all important.
Yeah, you're already. I didn't say that. I said, can you see yourself now? You as a congressman right now in Congress.
100%, Tamar.
Tell me about it. Tell us about it. Tell us
We're doing it right now. You're sliding into the muff.
Okay. This is what I'm. This is what. Let's say. Let's say. So I've been working on this, right? And all of a sudden now they're releasing like nationally something that .0111 or .0001. This happens, right? Because this happens with films like Scarface, Star Wars. Right? It doesn't happen with films like The Last Dragon. Right? It's usually it's stars and things like this. So how did that happen? It's not luck, right? So what it is for example, I speak right now as if it is, right? And it happens because I'm alive with it. I think there's some counter stuff going on because you think you're going to lose and then you're going to win. I'm saying, why don't you play it away? Be in Congress right now. Behave that way. Move that way. And then your mind will open up a million different ways and you will shock yourself.
Let me put that in. That's correct. Let me put it in practical terms.
Hold on, Alan. Alan, why are you holding on to a pink ticket? You're not a member of the House. What's going on?
But it's a different house. Well,
embody that which you aspire to. So if you make a daily practice of doing that thing you aspire to, then you will embody it. That's this.
Muhammad Ali, Babe Ruth, Conor McGregor. It goes on and on.
Yeah, I'm done with my earthy crunch.
Okay, let me tell you, gentlemen, a grok prompt I put in a couple hours ago.
Before you do, can we add Randy Moshman Savage to that list? Thank you. Go ahead, John.
So we were talking about education in Anson's room. This is what I asked Grok earlier. Hey Grok, tell me how to decentralize education in America, how to best educate the population to create the greatest possible economic outcome and growth, while also eliminating the federal and state debts. List in 10 bullet points. This is what Grok says. Candidate Congressman John Kitover, here's a 10-point plan to decentralize U.S. education, optimize for economic growth, and eliminate debts. Number 1, abolish the Department of Education. Devolve control to states and local governments and administrations. Number 2, enact universal vouchers, ESAs for school choice. Number 3, prioritize STEM, vocational training for job skills. 4, cut federal education spending and redirect to debt reduction. Now, next one, promote private micro schools and online platforms. Next one, align curricula with market needs to boost productivity. Next, implement the 5% VAT, limit tax deductions for revenue. Number 7, cap state Medicaid education budgets to balance finances. Number 9, foster local innovation for tailored, efficient learning. And 10, leverage skilled workforce growth to erase debt. So I ask you, people of Clownhouse, do you think AI will play a role into decision making of your future government and where your money is being spent?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And why is that? Why is that? Is that because AI is intelligent and is going to optimize the spend?
Well, like, you just used AI just now to ask a question, so I think that, obviously everybody, but maybe broadly speaking, that doesn't help, so.
Oof, that's a tough one. You gotta have an answer to that. See, like Mo, I see John here, right? And I say, wait a minute. There's what, 25, 30 people here, right? You're friends with what's his name, Lou and others, right? That have hundreds of people in their room, right? Why isn't he? Why aren't you?
Hold on. To answer your question, we've already reached out to Lou. The interview is coming. We don't have a date or time set up, but Lou is very interested in reaching in interviewing to his audience, John Kitover. And while we're at that, listen. Before we get in front of Lou's room and Lou's audience, why don't we take care of what's happening in this room with this audience?
I already asked you. He hasn't even sent me a message. He hasn't even said, but I'm not good. I don't want to get politics. I don't. But
time out. Maybe you're a spiritual advisor. Maybe you're involved in ways that you don't even.
Maybe you're right.
I would just say this is a good time to remind everybody. It's a good time to fork it over for John Kitto.
And speaking of house rules, Mojo, I don't know if Kilo, I think one of them was spamming the chat. I don't know if that's borderline spam or.
Not only is he spamming the chat, his English is like 3rd grade level. Like we should.
It's not broken English; it's shattered.
Yeah, it's very true. English only, homie.
It's English GPT. What happens when you don't think?
It makes sense if you read it with an attitude.
It makes sense if you read it while hyperventilating.
John, to answer your question, I think AI is making its way into the political industry because it's a convenience. It's a part of the consumerism as to what made the buck, as to what funded everybody. And I feel like with more AI, it helps people in politics get further without them actually doing their own work. And I think it's dangerous because sometimes they won't even remember. Like, Biden couldn't even remember his own shit half the time. Trump couldn't. Nobody, none of these fucking other presidents or other politicians could remember half the shit they say until it's brought up to them.
sociopaths who make death threats all day long, please consider supporting the campaign to elect John Kitover. Additionally, I posted it on my Instagram. I posted it on my. Oh, that's okay. If they want to stir the pot, I'll stir the pot with them. We'll make a real sweet brew.
So when you say sociopath,
I mean people that come on Clubhouse and literally for 30 minutes straight scream death threats. Even though they know they're being recorded, you know who what their Instagram is. So if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can see a picture of my second lieutenant military ID, which is in this room as well. And in that post, I stated that I'm going to file a lawsuit against Brad Stuffelberger, the Irishman and sea pirate of Clown House who makes death threats and casts libel and slander all day long on Clown House. That's okay. I don't condone people coming on here and making death threats when they should be making shepherd's pie.
I don't think John Kitover would wait for a 2-year-old to turn 18 or he raped a person.
Listen, we're bringing drama now into this room that this keeps
I think it's the same room, actually.
We're also, we're not going to be toxic. We're going to follow our rules. There are rules.
I would just merely submit that this is actually the same room. This is the same room with 1,000 posts. So technically it's not a new room, just to correct, your rule interpretation.
well, I was interrupted by John Kitover. I just want to say again, this sounds worse than fucking journalism.
Oh, I agree.
Journalism or documenting. We're talking about death threats.
Hold on. Well, listen, some people make that judgment. I don't want to make, I don't want to make this about doxing anybody. Let's get away from that. But to compare this to chillism, you'd have to start looking at like what makes a chillism. Chillism room is 45 minutes of arguing about a book that nobody knew about. Chillism is a room where 45 minutes is spent talking about angles. And then when you ask either of the people involved, such as Concrete or I, and again, I'm violating rule number 9 here, but I apologize in advance. I'm flawed human, so sometimes I break rules. But, no, these guys, they argue about things that they've never read. They acknowledge that they've never read. So that's the difference between chillism and here. At least we have people that read. We read out loud in here. This is how we know that chillism is different from this room. Is because not only do people claim to read, they actually display that they can read, and they do it in public. This is something chillism would never do. I challenge the people in chillism to do a book reading and watch how many people move themselves to the audience.
I'm just saying I can't read, so I'm in the right place. Should read it. You guys will read the book to me.
I think we're about to read The Art of War in the month.
That's okay.
No way.
Well, you know, I'm going to, read War of the Dusty Book, this War of the Dusty Book.
Well, Dr. Fauci thought that we were the placebo.
My ex-girlfriend, she's recently broke up back in the day. It's been a few years now. I was talking to her. She sometimes she sent me political commentary from places like CNBC, NBC. Now, I don't get into all that, but I can tell that's not. I told her these are not journalists. These are opinions. I want to tell you what shit.
Do you miss that month?
She wrote me back. USA is not the world. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. Whatever was like that. Yeah.
Dolly wrote in the chat that these are dynamic conversations, and I would agree that these are dynamic conversations. While most clubhouse rooms are not dynamic and they're actually just echo chambers, unlike when you're inside the mouth.
I agree. That's what I like Mojo there is because he's willing to go down the month with them and pointing out that they don't actually need to vote and that they more down the vote.
Can someone explain to me what in the month actually means? What the hell does that even fucking mean?
So pretty much it's how when you're older brother.
It's an italic. Yeah, it means like you're a pussy eater pretty much.
Mike, you're gonna ruin my.
We're in the month, guys.
You're gonna trigger my copyright warnings on YouTube, Mike.
So, how many seconds?
I usually try to turn it off immediately. 4 to 5 seconds, you're cooked. 15 seconds, they nuke your account, and your whole career is over.
Ruin the documentary, Taiwan. I have at least a year to prepare for the premiere release.
Hey, John, don't fuck around, bro.
Mike, have you seen my YouTube account?
I'll get bread in here.
I just want to hear some Ronnie James Dio trivia.
Sure. Does it have anything to do with Black Sabbath? Go ahead.
No, nothing to do with Black Sabbath. You know how Ronnie James Dio was famous for the devil horns? When he got one of the devil horns? That actually is an Italian linked word of spells on you, curses, and it's called a loinger. And he started doing it, and everybody got on devil horns. And he's somebody that is this old Italian ritualistic thing. Let's call it a loinger. So now I got something better. When I was learning to drive the bus for Metropolis, I thought, okay, so when I was a student, they said, okay, go get it back and see if anybody's there, because we're taking it back to the garage for the night your lessons are over. I jumped up and looked at the back, and I just want to heard people laughing, because I was like, are they laughing at me or what? Like that, and I kind of dedicated the probationary period to my deceased maternal aunt too. So I heard it a couple of more times after I graduated, and I googled the symptoms that I heard, and they said that it was a black mirror, often found in Hispanic cultures, which they would look at it. I think it was the Aztecs or one of the other ones. They would look in the black mirror to cheat and to be able to tell the future.
Who? The Mexicans did that? What we talking about?
To look in the black mirror and to cheat so that they could look into the future, because when you're driving the bus, I use all the mirrors possible. And for some strange reason, I looked up in the mirror and I just was like,
What's that? I think Rana's telling us that she's a sixth sense. She sees ghosts or something.
7 to 8.
It's something in another culture. It's called the black mirror that tells into the future. That's because I was looking at the symptoms, like that. Because I swore I was...
She's talking about one of the Aztec gods. What's his name?
Really?
Tex or something? I don't know what the
You sure she's not talking about Illuminatica?
I wouldn't know. I didn't know. I kind of Googled
what god are you referring to? What's it called again?
I don't know.
She's talking about some Haitian shit. She's talking about Haitian shit. She's talking about some Haitian shit. We gonna be sacrificing fucking animals in a minute.
Yep.
The killer chicken.
So real quick, right? So the Aztec people in Mexico did have like a god that sounds very similar to that, right? That was a reference to like obsidian, dark mirrors and stuff. They didn't believe in that. They essentially they would have used a specific god, and he would show you use the mirror to look into the souls of people and to guess the future. Like that is actually a thing. I'm just trying to see if we're talking about the same. If we're talking about the same guy or we're talking about different people.
I Googled some of the symptoms and it came up with what you said.
Look them up. We're talking about Connie's experience with looking at research.
I moved Time Shark down for this.
Yes, but it's actually interesting because it's different. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was just alluding to. Piggybacking off of someone else who's just supposed to be before me.
Girl,
and I put that out there because I wanted more
Girl, your braids are too tight. Girl, loosen up them braids.
appreciate your contribution. I don't think most people knew about this guy.
I know. I mean, first I played it off as I was here. I mean, first of all, what you really, I thought I was hearing things.
I think we should really do a fun fact Thursday, or like a trivia Thursday, where everybody finds a fun fact and then we share it. I love shit like this. Like, I think it's fun.
Yeah. All right, give me a fun fact about the gay Mexican community. Go ahead.
But I'm not Mexican. How would I know that?
What? I don't believe you, but don't be racist.
How many seconds of music can we play? Because I want you guys to hear this must call.
How about 5 seconds?
Alexa, play.
I swear to God, like, what the fuck is this? He doesn't like the Arabs, but he's going to
And then some of them are legit. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
No, we don't know. Yeah. No, explain. We love you here. What do you mean? Wait.
No, that's it. That's
So the cat in a vacuum?
No, that's Holy Diver. That is Holy Diver.
Do you guys want to run fun facts for today? Okay, so which country has more pyramids than
Mexico. Colombia?
Guatemala.
no one ever guessed?
Go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I asked Greg the following. This is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions, breakdown by monthly budget? Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Greg's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education, FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total for at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month, to enhance quality while cutting 50% slash administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% of budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency per studies from heritage reports. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you. I hope you enjoyed hearing it.
Thank you, John. Ansel, any educators have any response to John? Otherwise, we will, let go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, May I ask, what do you like to do for fun?
How does it get to the other people? Do they like to read? That's right. So like you can become radioactive and start emitting that radiation yourself. I mean, you can quote unquote infect other people because radiation spreads because it's a chain reaction. It's a runaway chain reaction.
Hey, Io, can you explain to them the way that you can do that brainwave with a microwave? You know the thing like in it's like Havana syndrome, but can you explain how you can do that with a microwave?
Yeah. So there's something like resonance phenomena with microwaves and proteins and DNA. Despite what popular, conspiracy theorists online would tell you that, hey, it's 5G coronavirus. Well, actually, those radio waves that we have emitting have a non-zero probability of damaging you. In fact, if you have the wrong mutation, there's a Yale study that says, hey, you're 4 times more likely to develop a thyroid cancer. And Havana syndrome is basically 1975 amplified. 1975 in Moscow, the American entity in Moscow was hit with directed microwave radiation, resulting in the first documented example of quote-unquote Havana syndrome, which is something similar to concussions being present in your brain without having experienced a concussion. So if they hit just the right kind of frequency, you can create just the right kind of disruption in your cells. Yeah. And so over time, the Russians cook you like something in a microwave. And so it's hard to defend against this. Lots of, if you want to know what else it's called
Manchurian
microwave ablation. I think it's called microwave ablation. So it's using ultrasound, I believe, and microwaves to direct energy into tumors inside the body. So if they can destroy tumors inside the body using this microwave ablation, then you bet your ass, the bigger you make the phenomena, the more damage you can do to more directed tissue, and you can focus it like a laser beam, half a mile, 2 feet, it really doesn't matter.
Don't fuck with the CIA, John.
To answer another question though, like how does it spread? When the body dies, it begins to decay faster, and then when that happens, you know how you start to smell shit. Like when people have to open, like say a suicide victim, for example, they open the window before they kill themselves because they'll be all like, I don't want the smell to get out, but it gets out anyway. So that, like, a person with plutonium, right, that shit spreads. It would spread all, like, everywhere. So what they do, they place the people in air capsules.
That's trouble.
Can I?
Scarlet. Okay, who is the most problematic person in this space?
Wait,
On the stage right now?
Yes.
Ooh, boy, that's going to be a toss-up. I would definitely say the messiest person is Pockets, but...
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to say Pockets.
Sounds like
But I'm curious on the time scale, because like if you mean now or later. Well, however you want to interpret it.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I just want to read you a new Grok prompt I wrote. It says, what are the top 10 budget items of the U.S. government, and break down each into more detailed analyses. Determine the best way to optimize the federal spend to optimize the economy. This is what Grok writes back. Top 10 U.S. FY 2025 budget items in billions proposed. Number 1, Social Security, 1,543 billion or 1.5 trillion. Retirement disability benefits funded by payroll taxes, optimized by raising the retirement age and means testing. Number 2, other mandatory, 1 trillion for veterans income support, streamlined administration, reduce fraud. Number 3, net interest, 969 billion. Debt payments cut via deficit reduction. Number 4, Medicare, 936 billion. Senior health, negotiate drugs, promote preventative care like going to the gym. Number 5, non-defense discretionary, 995 billion. Education health, prioritize high ROI investments. 6, defense at 850 billion. Military, enhance efficiency, cut waste. Number 7, Medicaid at 587 billion. Low income health, focus on outcomes, reduce overutilization. Number 8, VA, 163 billion. Veteran care, integrate with private sector. Number 9, HHS, 134 billion. Public health, invest in R&D for growth. Number 10, education, 82 billion. Schools aid, boost STEM for workforce. To optimize the economy, redirect infrastructure, R&D, boost GDP by 1 to 2x return. Reform entitlements for sustainability, cut regulations, subsidize, promote high-skill immigration, aiming for 2 to 3% annual growth while curbing deficits. I hope you enjoyed that information injection.
I think it's interesting that on all of them, they're, got their hand out for R&D. I wonder if that's a self-serving thing to have R&D for AI.
John, if you could just check your back channel, just have a suggestion for you, minor improvement for your Grok and other tools. If you personalize it a little bit, given what you're trying to achieve, I think the custom instructions that I provided there, or if you choose to continue the conversation on your own, you can probably get better results going forward. So I'd highly recommend you check it out, my man.
Do you want to just give me like a 3-sentence summary real quick?
No, because you have to type it in, but I can give you an example of what it's saying. So, for example, the prompt started with, I want to draft custom instructions for candidate congressman designed to balance political messaging, discipline, policy depth, public relatability, and responsiveness. But we want him to win, or at the very least, make a splash, so enhance all of the following. And then I give kind of a draft of what I think. One of them, for example, core outputs. Candidate congressman custom instructions include number 1, lead with clear position, start every response with a direct, memorable statement. of stance or intent. Number 2, confidence score. And with a 0 to 100% rating plus short rationale. Clarity plus concision. Keep responses tight, punchy, and free of jargon. Explain technical terms in plain language. So that set of custom instructions, I use a similar set, but mine is customized for a CEO of a biotech company that wants to disrupt shit and piss off a lot of people while helping a lot of people in medicine. Right? So there's an example so you can kind of compare the two.
Plain language, Sean.
No, he's doing a great job so far. I'm actually quite impressed. So if you drop me a link or something, I'll even donate.
Wow.
The link was pinned above.
My bad. I'll try to track it down if it's in the chat, or you can just send it.
We'll get it pinned back up there.
Help me, help you. Repin it, for God's sakes.
What's the link? What's the link that needs to be pinned?
It's in John's bio. I can't do it on Drive.
You can't
Wait,
actually.
website?
You can't put it. You can't copy it from my profile, which is the challenge.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, no, that's okay. I'll just take a screenshot. No, if that's the link, then I'll take a look. Thanks.
Let me see if I can put it in the chat. Okay, it's in the chat. You can copy and paste it from there.
John, what was Brad doing? What was you saying?
I mean, I let everything go. I think everything is just for a day. I'm more than happy to stir the pot on the day that the pot is stirred. But, the next day I like fresh food. So that's just me.
There you go.
John, why does pasta sauce taste better the second day?
I'm not sure why you think it tastes better the second day. Maybe it's just because leftover food, feels good.
Because all the seasonings have had time to kind of settle and marinate.
Yes, I would say that they were able to mellow together and create a more composed sauce by letting it rest in the refrigerator overnight.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it. Well,
You can tell now I cooked. You can tell.
But your pasta should be made fresh.
Well, I will say the rule in this house of not bringing in other rooms' drama into this room is a great way to be in the now.
How long can we keep it that way?
Well, it depends on the discipline of following the rules. I think earlier we allowed some rules to get broken, and we just have to have more discipline about enforcing the rules.
So currently, is there a list of people that are not allowed on stage? Because
No, not according to me. The only person that I moved down was Time Shark, because he's a time suck. But other than him, I don't have a list.
okay, so Rich is allowed. Okay.
Well, hold on. Has Rich been allowed? I thought he owed apologies and he had to agree that he was going to abide by the rules. If he can do that, he can come in.
He was in here in your absence, and he told us that you had co-signed that.
I said that he needed to apologize to two people. One of those people might be you. The other person might be somebody else that is a doctor. And as long as those apologies are made, they don't even necessarily have to be accepted. I just want to see some goodwill. And then an agreement to follow the rules. I think agreeing to follow the rules will cover a lot of it. But I just want to see if we can get him to humble himself enough to offer an apology. Because that would be fun for me.
Yeah, my apology is spelled Benjamin, and I have a Cash App available or a donation to John Kitover's campaign.
Maybe no more than 2 or maybe 1 of these kind of characters on stages.
Charlie, you actually have a Cash App?
I do.
I didn't think they allowed white girls to have those.
So there you go, John, $20.
Well, thank you.
And also,
Ricky, hold on 1 second. FYI, you may need to check the rules on the donation page to make sure you didn't violate any rules. I don't know, it has something about
Well, if he is Canadian, you just have to return the funds to him.
Also a superpower thing. Easy days.
Well, there's a residency card.
I was thinking about the PAC idea. I like the idea of Americans for Austerity. I think that could have some legs, not just for this election.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you want an answer to the pasta?
Well, I mean, again, just like when you put the noodles in the sauce once they're al dente, or wait until the sauce is done. Because I don't like it when it's all
noticed too in Chicago, they got these bike lanes everywhere, and they got these stupid little curbs that come out and cause a fucking traffic jam.
I just want to say this just for austerity, because we might be recording and so on. As Mojo said, just send me the refund and I'll send the donation through my American corporation. No problem. I think that'll be fine. Unless there's another problem that I was fucking up at this point. I just want to say that he was so charismatic, I should have been more careful with the reading. So, my apologies, but thank you, Mojo, for being on top of that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll log in shortly and I'll get the refund for you.
One reason why they got a lot of bike lanes because U.S. Department of Interior implemented it and paid for it. And you'll see bike lanes even alongside highways and Woodrow Wilson Bridge. You know, they even have a bike lane on it. So that's why they have it. As I remember, I did a demo assignment here. That's why I was just going over to see how many bike lanes had been completed and how many bike lanes I had already seen, you know, in the Washington D.C. area. But yeah, it's been implemented, so it's kind of like mandatory. But if you do not in D.C., if you do like ride share, you better have a camera because those bikers are just atrocious and terrible.
Well, these bike lanes have taken up a lot of parking. They're eliminating 40% of the parking in all these businesses that they're already charging for the parking. I mean, it's this Green New Deal is a waste of time, a waste of money. You can't snowplow the bike lanes in the winter, so they just sit there full of snow. It's, you know, these people that run cities, they do not know how to optimize or efficiently run cities.
Honey's right about the sidewalks being a factor. Memphis is number one. I was surprised when I read this. Memphis, Tennessee ranks number one, having the highest rates of pedestrian fatalities. We had this discussion in a room recently. We actually had somebody that lived there, and he said because there's no sidewalks. It's just that they don't like there. It's like, look, not having no sidewalks.
Yeah, well, you know what they're up. You know what else there is? There's no more money in the treasury. There's $37 trillion in debt. Those are receipts, but other than that, there's nothing there. Nothing there. Does anyone think the gold is actually in Fort Knox? Is there any gold in Fort Knox?
Yeah, I think there's actually more gold than they report because all those governments that you overthrew in the Middle East, they are reporting their gold missing. So I suspect it's actually much more problematic than anyone wants to own it. So, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, there's that famous photo of Tom Cotton with the truckload full of gold from Sodom.
Yeah, we three kings be stealing gold.
So in Clown House summation, we have learned that every day is like every other day, just a repeat of the other day. Welcome to Clown House.
It's not every day, no, without mentioning names. times where someone might be considering seeking legal and/or law enforcement assistance and holding someone accountable for saying dangerous things.
Well, I believe that it's a roast, and tomorrow the roast will continue. I have no doubt that today's show will be tomorrow's show, and yesterday's show will be tomorrow's show. It is the same pattern every single day, and the only way, in my opinion, to break that pattern is to read what's called a book, which is a forced dialectic or an external hard drive injected into a social audio chat app instead of never-ending heated conversations and road raging. It's called a book. Maybe we should try it again in the month.
This is a good book by Dispenza. It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
Конечно, мы же...
If you check my PTR right now, I just refresh my image. It's writing is thinking. And too many people are doing something like cognitive offloading into the AIs. Even early studies now with like doctors who are and I can't even say the word. Several doctors' studies show that if they do enough cognitive offloading, they actually become worse at diagnostics. So this idea of letting the AI think for you, that's like saying, hey, I'm not going to lift weights. The robot will lift weights for me. Well, then how are you going to get healthy, right? So might be something to add to your arsenal there, John. This article here says, kind of outlines some of the big problems. And you're always the one mentioning this, that people don't do enough thinking. And I feel guilty because I've been introducing these tools to people. And as you know, in chillism, there's several people who refuse to think for themselves. They're like, no, I'm just going to let the machine do all the thinking. So it's quite the tragedy.
Have you ever encouraged the people over in that room to like read a book?
I've tried. I've tried to encourage, for one of the people, Lion, I've been talking to him about a single paper for 2 years. And it's a paper about evolution, about molecules, how life started from inorganic molecules. And has never, I suspect he's never even clicked on the link. I suspect he's never opened the paper. He hasn't even done an AI overview. So that's the kind of friction that I'm up against in that room.
I think you do represent an interesting dynamic, though. It's like you got the smartest guy on the app, which you'll probably reject that title of, in the stupidest room on the app. And so it's a very weird dynamic.
It is, actually, but I go there for the tongue twisters because I have to do speech therapy. And now that I work in a hospital with my technology, I have to tell doctors big words and stuff. And so whenever I mention anything in that room, it always falls on deaf ears because I'm saying something technical and perhaps tangent to what's being discussed. And most people don't appreciate it, but I'm there for a very selfish reason, although I do try to make what I say valuable to people. That's the kind of the nature of my attendance in that room. And John always gives me shit for it, rightfully. So it is sometimes like Clown House in there. Very, very, I think there should be an app called Clown House made by John, and that could be itself a bit of political movement.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Clown House.
It's not a good idea because you're already on Clown House, so it's already happened right now.
5 seconds of music. 5 seconds here, guys.
Hold on a second. I want to ask Io a question. Io, if you were to play a real-world version of Oregon Trail, but let's say you're just boldly going to some new place, and you had to fill your proverbial wagon with 4 people from Chillism to help you survive some mission where there's going to be unknown threats. Who's the 4 people you'd pick from Chillism to help you survive?
Oh shit, Chillism? Okay, so Lion's wife is a nurse, so I'd probably take a nurse or some medical professionals, the Lady Lion, the better half of the 2. That would probably be one. And the 3 other Ridley Fakers.
I don't know, but that's like I'll have to think about the other three. So give me a few minutes.
Maybe just the three fattest people, so you'd have people you could eat as they die along the trip.
Oh shit! Okay, I didn't know it was that kind of trip, but that's a good point. I forgot that the Oregon Trail was treacherous. Donner Party.
You know, I've only been in children a couple of times, but it's sort of like a room of self-loathing, masochistic misanthropes, and I don't enjoy it.
On a good day, it's a circus.
We have no shortage of weirdos over here, though, if we're being honest.
Hey Joe, I got a sandwich I make that you love, but you have to like lox. You like lox?
I love lox.
Okay, so listen. Whole Foods makes a package of croissants. There's 4 in a pack. You get the croissant, you put it in the oven just to warm it up. You put olive oil in the pan, and you get those thin slices of lox. You don't cook heavy, light, and grape tomatoes, cut them up, or any tomatoes. Just enough for a sandwich, and you let it sit in there in the olive oil. Then you move it over. So you're not frying these lox, you're just warming them up. And you take a couple of eggs, maybe 1, 2, maybe 2, 3, depends on how much you want. And you put oregano, maybe some Italian seasoning, some pepper, whatever else you want. That's the basic. And then you take that croissant out, cut it open. If you like, put some Philadelphia cream cheese. There goes the most delicious sandwich.
You know what? I like the composition. I will try that out. That sounds very good.
That's right. For the Mama Luke's in the house.
Tell me, have you ever had a culatella di Zibolo?
Yeah, time out. When I was a kid, I remember I was fanatic about gnocchi, but no, I haven't. I don't think I have that.
Culatello is very much like prosciutto, and culatello means little ass in Italian, and it's from a portion of the pig that's very small. That's why they call it little ass, and it is the most buttery, delicious sodo Maria that you could ever have. If you like prosciutto and you have this, you'll never want to go back to eating prosciutto. Although it does cost like $40-50 a pound, it's delicious. If you could find culatello di Zabello, you should try it.
Put it in the chat for the folks.
I'll find a link and I'll put it in there.
Yeah, and then anybody go to Italy, go to South Italy, and you'll have like buttery mozzarella, buffalo mozzarella. And most, if you like the sisters, Italian food, they like Italian food.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Mojo. You like them sisters, right?
I used to. There's a white girl on this app that is she's so cute.
Where you don't have to give away, but what part of America or like what area does she live?
I would never say.
Well,
wise man.
Shooting your shot is good.
I put the link in there for you guys. Let's have a look.
Joe's for real. You can tell. He's for real.
I don't know, man. He still calls it sauce and not gravy. Like, I mean, I know some people that have a problem with that. They're all TV characters, but they don't have a problem with that. Joe, you ever
Uncle Junior would definitely have a problem with that.
Joe, you ever bought a pound of gabagool?
I mean, gabagola? Yeah, I have. And gabagool is a stupid thing to say. When you can say gabagola. And I wasn't calling you stupid. I was calling gabagool stupid.
Tell him, teach Mojo how to say it the right way now. Say it the right way, Joe.
The mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Forget about.
So Mojo, for this weekend, I'm not sure I want to download Chatter again. I guess I can try it on a burner phone, but they deleted my account, John Kitover, so there's still a lasting sting to have that account deleted. But I would love to transition, pivot, clone, and redistribute the Mojo experience across multiple platforms.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I wanna see if we can kick up a buzz across these different platforms. I'd really like to stir up a fan base if we could. All 12 people that might show up, but that'd be fun. I'll actually reach out to Isaac Hayes and say, hey, would you be interested in participating in a room where someone running for Congress in Illinois is going to be there? He would probably love that.
I'm pretty sure he knows my name, knows my face, but I would love that as well. And X, I think, is the biggest place where we can have the most fun because that's where the most insane anti-Semite, Jew-hating, racist scumbags live by the thousands.
Well, you know what's going to be great about that is that the challenge is I nuked my fucking old account. It was becoming like I was spending. You think I spend time on here? I can spend time on here and multitask, but I was doing this thing over there where like I wanted to be the first to comment, so I had to really pay attention to it, and it was too much. I had to fucking delete it. But there's some people on there that if we reconnect with them, they do the very kind of spaces that would of all people, Stephen Bader would be good to connect with over there. Plug you into a community of people that want to reduce the debt, or at least say they do.
Well, you need to create a Mojo experience account, and I have many X accounts with many followers. So any content you create, I can retweet and vice versa. But we can rapidly grow your account to where we should be able to get seen in the open X spaces.
I like it.
I have a Discord, but I don't use it much. Is there anything happening there for something like this?
Discord is where the planning for these types of rooms take place, and it's a very toxic environment for most people. Be careful on Discord.
Yeah, I just go for a writing. It's a writing workshop that we do that. That's it. I don't jump around. I don't even know how to use it really.
Yeah, Pepe likes to say he came out of the most racist rooms of Discord, and he was a neo-Nazi at the time. And his brother also has the Stormtroopers insignia. So, every time Pepe gives a little lecture, just know that you may be communicating with somebody who you could consider an extremist.
Yeah, so he has a brother too, huh?
That was funny.
Like a twin Pepe, like a Pee-Pee.
Stages and stuff.
I call him Dr. Pee-Pee.
Pepe and Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
You know, Mojo said once, he's like, you know, John has all these recordings of Clubhouse users. If one of them does something awful, or, you know, it's like you got all this, you know, digital signature communication. I don't think
You got your own Epstein list. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've created my own little hive of intelligence, but really it's not me. It's just Clownhouse. I'm just hitting live stream.
Well, you know, most people, like, there are some people who technically can record all the streams at once, so unfortunately, for whatever reason, Clubhouse leaves that door open to this day. So you could, in essence, just be streaming all the rooms and ripping them all.
I agree, but since
you
I'm
have to be in the room.
Since I'm running for Congress, like I would like to set up more recording studios in my house to record even more Clubhouse. But the truth is, that's not what's going to win this campaign. And creating more targeted content, and I think using AI and Grok to create targeted content to read and then deploy, you know, will go a long way. I mean, if we can give.
Well, if you want some help, I'm down to help you pro bono. If you want some technical support, I got you.
So, here's something that would be cool, is utilizing AI to go through all of the hours of content that he streamed, looking for particular either voice signatures where you're looking for the best of something, or just looking for a particular topic. Is that something that that you would be able to help out with?
Easy peasy. Yeah, that's easy peasy.
That's easy peasy, huh?
Yeah, if you got the recordings, it's a matter of just processing them, and then it's just a matter of tokens. One thing that you could do is make a specific section in your political campaign for funding AI tools. That would actually probably be the most transparent and open way of addressing this. You're like, look, here, I need money for these AI tools, so I can give you the best bang for your buck, right? And then you could probably even apply for Grok to get unlimited access as a senator or senator candidate or Congress candidate, which is what Grok and ChatGPT offer to government workers, federal workers. So there's probably like an email that you could write to get kind of like, you know, $100,000 in monthly tokens, which is what they give to startups. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility to just get $100,000 each from like NVIDIA, ChatGPT, Google. Each of these companies can do that for you. So there's probably many creative ways of doing that, but it would just be a matter of getting those kind of processing. So I think for like an hour processing audio projects on big bucks. So depending on how much the aspiring congressman has hours, you can just roughly calculate what you need. And the costs are always going down, so there's probably many ways of focusing that as well. But if John can give me like an estimate of how many hours he has, I can probably give you an estimate of how much it would cost. What say you to the privacy?
Yeah, privacy is a very important issue, and maintaining online anonymity, I would consider it almost a right, but many people are incapable of maintaining that anonymity because it's not easy to do. The Digital, Surveillance Act tied to the NDAA, which is $1 trillion a year, with their NSA facility in Utah, everything is recorded. Everything is put into these massive data storage centers to mine for future crime, potential terrorists to look back and do research on crime or terrorism, hopefully. So I would just say that, if you have a complaint about me recording people on Clown House using vulgarity, racism, hate speech nonstop, well, I would just say the government's already doing it. So I'm just doing a duplicate or a duplication, and I don't cost anything, but the government is charging you $1 trillion a year to do this type of operation through the NDAA. So don't complain to me running for Congress. Go complain to your current congressperson or senator.
Yeah, the name of the program is Echelon. It's intercept everything in the air. So there is no privacy. Signals intelligence means anything you transmit, they intercept and record and decrypt later, and they have all of the encryption keys. That's why they call themselves the equation group, and then the opposing group is called the shadow brokers. So that's kind of the players involved in what John was mentioning.
Well, but as far as Clubhouse goes, you gave up your right in terms of service of Clubhouse to be recorded. So you got nothing to stand on. These people who put in the profile write up that I don't want to be recorded, it's worthless. Doesn't mean anything.
Exactly, but it gives them some false sense of security.
It's silly. It's completely silly. I don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, people want to be titillated, and part of this ridiculous game is anonymity. But then you develop friendships and relationships with people off of this app. And, I just don't like to hang out with people who spend their day, doing homicidal ideation and making death threats for 30 minutes straight on this app. I don't know, that's just me. Those are the kinds of people I don't like hanging out with.
It's definitely like that personal special in all places.
That's scary, Lyle. It's very scary.
Well, without doxing, what we're talking about, that's kind of what John is dealing with. So.
Rohan is not a fan of my recording activities on this app, and he gets very triggered when we discuss or interact. And I would just say, I've been to Australia. I studied at Bond University in Queensland, in the Gold Coast. I love Australia, and I love the Australian people. You guys got the greatest party island on the whole planet, you lucky dog, you dingo.
I'll buy John. I probably anybody who chooses to be able to record another person without a consent, but then taking it further to be able to want to try and commercialize, another person's asset, which is their voice. I think it's pretty despicable. I think it's pretty low life. I think it's disturbing. But it's one
this room covers that whole idea of people not knowing that they're being streamed. In the title of the room, it says it's being recorded.
Yes, no, there's a function facility that's on there on the app itself, which can show whether a room's being recorded or not. The feature and function of that's not actually being displayed as being recorded, and the replays are off. But yeah, sure, I mean, somebody could be recording to say it's not actually being streamed. And, yeah.
I didn't update that. If it said streaming live to YouTube, do you think that would be a good display?
Yeah, I think we've discussed this point to the nth degree, so to the point where it's almost dead and mute. But yeah, I appreciate that there are certain types of rooms where individuals are conducting themselves in really salacious manners. I've mentioned his name because his rooms are literally 24/7 filled with hate, vitriol, and discussions of terrorism and all that sort of stuff, and just outright racism and anti-Semitism in all literally every day. So I think it's actually great that whoever chooses to express that that's out there. I mean, what the fuck? It's disturbing that any individual chooses to be able to expend so much time recording and live streaming with 50 plus mobile phones.
Dingo ate more baby.
Money towards
A dingo ate more baby.
government who does this. It's like,
Dingo
it's
ate
just
more
way too
baby. A dingo ate more baby. You know, I appreciate the criticism. I think it's maybe warranted, and I think you're a great critic. But I was working on a song while you were criticizing me, and it goes a little something like this. A dingo ate more baby. A dingo ate more baby.
Not the laugh. You were doing so good. You didn't hit the Grizzlies one more.
I'm sorry. I just gotta tell you, like, you're a drama queen, and anything I recorded, if you think that something I recorded of you caused you a problem, why don't you just speak up and say what it was?
it's really simple. I am telling you, I do not consent whatsoever to have my voice recorded or streamed by you or anybody else. Simple. If you break my request, then there may be consequences. And other people might have consequences if they choose to be able to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Alright, well, it's duly noted. I'll put it in the complaint box. I mean, Clubhouse is not a complaint box depository. Nothing gets stored here. Like, your complaints are in some kind of ticketing queue or something, some kind of locator code. I mean, I hear you, and I apologize, but, I'll make my atonement on Yom Kippur, when I pray to Hashem, and I'll ask for forgiveness from Hashem, not from you. Not yet. It's not Yom Kippur yet. I haven't come to you yet to ask for your forgiveness. So just be patient, okay? It's coming, Rohan.
And nothing short of 2 words of back job. Medication. Soon.
Well, I'll be looking for you on Yom Kippur. You'll be one of the first people I come try to find on Yom Kippur, okay?
John, I'll tell you what, okay. Some people find you funny. I find that you're a joke. Nothing personal, promise.
No, I get it, but it takes a comedian to know a comedian, so you must have a great sense of humor. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Would you say that what John's doing is similar to like somebody photographing you? Something like that. Without you
Yeah, the person taking a photo of you and putting it up on a website without your knowledge, sure. And look, I mean, that's
clubhouse purist, this guy wrote. You're such a clubhouse purist. It's so
Are you feeling triggered?
so profound, so professional. What a purist. This guy
Actually talking
doesn't
about
want to impinge people's experiences.
Okay, you do it again, I will move you. I have no hesitation to remove you. I get
What a
you like
purist.
sent an idea. That's great.
This guy is
You actually
such a
make really good
purist.
content. I get it, and that's awesome. You're funny in many different ways, but try not to be upset yourself just for like a couple of minutes.
I'm holding on to the center.
It's humans, other people.
I'm holding on to the center.
Okay, and impinge upon other people's freedom, being able to just speak. And this is effectively what it does.
Such a clubhouse
That's
purist.
just my opinion. You do it whatever you like.
What
But
an
Joe, you bring up a really interesting point. There is a legal issue. There's a legal issue. And there's also the issue of people feeling inhibited about coming up on stage and talking, knowing that their thoughts or ideas and feelings, their voice are being recorded and streamed and then captured on YouTube and other platforms. And this is a big issue. It impinges upon other people.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't bring an excellent point up from its expectation of privacy, and people should have no expectation of privacy on Clubhouse. Commercialization.
Joe, hang on. There's a point. Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. There's a level, okay? There's a range that we can look at.
These
and say,
Australians
yes,
are
I
fucking
agree,
crazy.
that was a blanket statement. Right, to be able to come on here and expect to be able to have a level of privacy, total privacy, that would be ridiculous because you've already signed terms and conditions. You already know that. But it's not a binary issue. Can we agree on that?
I agree that it's problematic, and I don't endorse what John's doing, and I'm not making any excuses for it. I find it a little bit weird.
You run voters the wrong way in this area.
Yeah, I do. But his competitors that he's running for office against, and that cabal may use that as a wedge issue that is standards.
Joe, here's the thing, right? In order for his competitors to use that, his competitors would have to feel threatened by it. And for his competitors to feel threatened by it, he'd have to be a threat. And so I'll just say this, if his competitors start saying anything about what's happening on Clubhouse, I'm gonna be shocked, excited, and I'm gonna think that it's the best thing that can possibly happen to his campaign.
Winning again. We go from losing to winning. Losing to winning.
Are the people that are in this room. And so if his competitors decide to make a big deal of it, they'll basically say, hey, this guy exists. And then voters will have to contend with how they feel about it. Because once they know he exists, he's got an opportunity to convert them.
That's not a bad argument. If I was advising LaHood, I would say ignore John until he actually has a chance of beating him. So I would ignore it, and I would hold that in my back pocket.
Well, that's why it takes political activists like you organizing a clown house to irritate LaHood into getting him to comment about the campaign to elect Congressman candidate John Kitover on X. Follow me on X at John Kitover IL, that's Illinois. Or click the link above. Give $100 right now and let's change the situation now.
Yeah, listen, here's something. If you think that voters would find this offensive, that what he's doing, go get links to all of the fucking content that he has, specifically about advertising that he's running for Congress, and send that to LaHood as well as the Democrat candidates and say, look at this character. You guys should do something about this. I would feel that would be the biggest contribution that you could do to the John Kitover campaign. The second best thing that you could do is you could fork it over for John Kitover.
Just real quick, I want to be open-minded for a second. John, I want to hear out what your policy platform is, or what
Sure.
your
Let me
goals are.
ask you first, though. How do you keep an open mind?
Being willing to hear out the ideas without immediately throwing them out.
So, hearing the ideas without immediately throwing them out. That's how you keep an open mind?
Yeah.
Okay, well, please proceed, XG.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with some basics because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll make that clear. So, one, what are you running for exactly? Two, why are you running for it? And three, what are some things, basic things in a summary you seek to achieve while you're running for it?
That's an awful lot of questions right now at 11 p.m. at night. And I've been battling Brad all day long on Stolen Valor. So go to Instagram.com/John Kitover. Subscribe to me on Instagram, and we will set up a private call, XG. But please follow me on Instagram now. Thank you. I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes.
John, that sounds like a dodge.
That was dodge. And he runs away. He's running away, Mojo. He's running away. He's running away. And Mojo, when you started your room, you didn't have the recording on. You kept it on because you just knew it was me.
Yep. And I was one of the biggest vocal critics of John Kitover. He can vouch for that. Others that have been in these rooms can vouch for that. And the game changed. And this is the thing that I think people need to recognize is that if we were having this conversation 3 months ago, we would absolutely have a strong point that like, hey, we're in a room with no replays. This seems like a trashy move, and we're going to use all the tools that we have at our disposal. If we identify you, we're going to remove you from the room, yada, yada, yada. But even back then, if you think about it, he could have been recording those rooms without us knowing it, and then instead of doing a live stream, he could have put it up the next day. And the only reason we knew that it was live streamed is because we were getting a real live feedback loop. And so he could have modified his approach, and it would have been recorded and distributed, and nobody would have known. He's been very, very open about the fact that, yes, he's going to enter the room, he's going to stream the room. And I was the biggest target of this. Nobody on this app, in fact, I would say all of the other people on this app combined don't add up to the targeting, the specific intentional targeting. The only other person that I think even begins to compete would be Adrian Ditton. And I think that's, it's me, it's Adrian Ditton, and then it's the field, right? But we were the top two for sure that were being targeted. When Paul and Rowan decided to change this system where you could pay to remain anonymous, allowing people to record or to live stream without the creator of the room to be able to remove the person, they were essentially saying that we want you to do this, but we're gonna get you to pay to do it. And so they charge people for the anonymous feature. Now I think that if you have a complaint about that, I wouldn't take that complaint to John. I would take that complaint to Paul and to Rohan. I think those are the people that you would want to complain about it to. But think about what you're complaining about. You're going to tell them, hey, you know that feature that you now have a few people paying $5 a month for? I think you should not offer that. And they're going to say, go pound sand. We're making, even though we're not getting rich, we're making a few bucks on it. They made that decision because they would like for somebody to stream it to a different platform, a more popular platform, in the hopes that it would bring more traffic to this app. They made that decision. When that happened, my mindset had to shift. Why? Because I live in a world where there are things that I can't control. That is one of the things that I can't control. So in this universe of things that I can and cannot control, I'm going to worry about the things that I can control. I'm going to not worry about the things that I can't control. And so knowing I can't control it, I have to then say, well, what exactly is he doing? Let me understand it better. Maybe we can find a way where it's mutually beneficial. And that's what I've done. And by the way, the thing that won me over more than anything was the fact that forget about the dumb shit we talk about. I mean, yes, you get a crash out here or there that, I've never gone back to listen to a replay of my bullshit. Ever in my life have I done that. What I have gone and listened to are the things that are happening in Amir's room. And what's amazing about this is we live stream terror plots and sexual trafficking that happens live on the Clubhouse app. I would argue that because Clubhouse records these rooms, they also know that terror plots and sex trafficking is happening in Amir's room, and they're allowing that to happen. I think they want it to happen. I think law enforcement agents love that it's happening. They're capturing so much evidence for people that are committing crimes. I mean, look, today we have people making threats. In other rooms, you have legitimate threats of terrorism, recruiting terrorists. The sex trafficking thing was beyond the pale. All of these things, super terrible. And John, who we once viewed as a villain, he's turned things around. I would say he's the Dark Knight. And until people, contend with this realistically, I don't know, what else you want to be said. He's the one guy that may lead to an arrest of terrorists on Clubhouse. There's nobody on this app that's done more, in my opinion, to combat terrorism on this app.
Yeah. He's a Dark Knight. Yeah. Okay.
I would say this, Mojo, that
I wouldn't say he's a Dark Knight. I'd say he's Team Vision.
I would say this, Mojo, that hypothetical that John recorded Amir's room, submitted it to law enforcement, and they took enforcement action. That would be a good thing. At the same time, I could also see Amir taking civil action against John Kitover for surreptitiously recording the room, and he could win his civil case and still go to jail.
I mean, I don't really see what dealing with quote-unquote terrorism on Clubhouse at least does, especially when Twitter still exists and you have rampant neo-Nazis on that platform 24/7 openly spewing bullshit, but nothing ever happens to them. So, I mean, I don't understand what Clubhouse has to deal with it, especially when we have even bigger platforms that have even more crazy shit on there that's allowed.
No, I agree.
He can stream those as well.
I agree. I've streamed a lot of these JQ radio rooms, which are Jewish question radio rooms, where they sit there and, I mean, to me, it's it's shocking, but I guess on the internet, I think people's brains are wondering how they can create the most insane, psychotic, scary stuff you've ever heard, and X is full of it. Clown House, I think it's a small enough community where people can identify the road ragers, but even the road ragers don't do what they do on X. X is a different level of insane, psychotic, just really annoying people who can't have conversations, and they are extremely obnoxious and petty and childish so it's annoying to listen, annoying to interact, but I love roasting them and going in there and just yelling at a bunch of these people, and then they see that I'm running for Congress, or they think I'm a congressman. It creates a pot stir and shakes the hornet's nest. So I don't know if it has any value, because most people aren't going to pick up a book, and there's no real education happening. It's like this dopamine word game of trolling and shocking. What Brad did on the app today, past couple days, to me, that's, I think it's extremely questionable, and but the way it impacts people and the Munchausen syndrome that it creates with people is also impressive to watch, because I think from an animalistic perspective, when somebody goes on this crazy psychotic road rage homicidal ideation rant, it's like a silverback in an enclosure with all these female gorillas, and you see how behavior and conditioning influences people. And I'm just saying, live streaming all this stuff and recording all these human interactions, to me, is almost like a psychological observational study, and I'm learning from it. I hope people who watch videos learn from it, and I want to complement it with books that I have, I would really like to figure out a way. How can I get interested in the thousands of books I have surrounding me? And, find a time or the desire to even want to read, because I got to say, human interaction is far more dopamine creating than the hard work of extracting information from reading a book. So, Clownhouse is technologically innovating, but also in a way retarding.
Just real quick, Judge Mojo, I would like to call for all the words spoke about my client Brad to be struck from the record, please, as he's not present at the moment.
Yeah, John. The only thing is, if it was contributing to the people out here, everybody would take it different. But it's self-serving what you're doing. That's what's turning Robo off. To me, I'm more where Mojo is. It's like, no big deal to me. But it does not rub me that well. It is. It's a self-serving thing, and it's not serving.
Well, all I can say in my defense is this is a very strange game that I'm personally playing. Okay, to live stream myself 24/7 with with 13 cameras in my face is a very weird prospect for me as a person who's doing this, because I'm really putting myself out there in a way which could be considered unprofessional. However, in my defense, I think being fully transparent, there will be some added benefit in the now, whatever that means.
For who?
I think in a way I can do some type of a therapeutic service for people who come on here and do homicidal ideation, terrorism planning, and maybe even sex trafficking coordination. Maybe by putting a light on people or exposing people or threatening people with exposure will cause them to somehow question what they're doing and modify what they're doing. I don't know. It's a very complicated word game.
It's just going to piss them off. That's all it's going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Ron's, thesis on surreptitious recording. It's a problem, and you've made it your problem.
Well, I've been accused. Well, people say that it's illicit recording. It's not illicit, it's explicit. And I try to be a gentleman, and I record a lot of profane people who do a lot of vulgarity, insane hate speech, racism. I mean, people like Pepe and other people who may cozy up to people, and now they're considered part of the clique because they talk to us. I have people saying really foul-mouthed stuff to the point where if there was an index of what everybody has said throughout all my recordings and you were to just hit the top 10, people would say, holy shit, because they have said things that are so vulgar, so profane, so obnoxious that when you look at all the little snippets and you listen to what somebody's actually saying, you question their sanity, you question their motives, their intentions, their personality, their character. It's a lot of data on a lot of people. So that's why I say, if you come from a good place in your heart and you're communicating peace on this app, well then you know what? Maybe you're a good person and you're in the clear.
I think it's really cute. I think it's really cute. Moralizing intrinsically for the person who chooses to be out of the without a consent. It just sort of shows a red flag, just the bullshit factor is through the roof.
It's not like I created some app or something. I'm just using YouTube to live stream myself, It's just recorded. I don't know why it's a big deal.
I'm actually really curious as to how you would just be able to psychoanalyze yourself, a person who spends literally years, not years, with multiple, like tens of mobile phones recording other people.
Oh yeah, 50, 60 cell phones I have here in the home office, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's more than weird. It's disturbing. But how would
you? I think I could call it. I could call it a form of OCD. I could call it OCD.
If you look objectively, right? Look objectively at your behaviour. How would you psychoanalyze yourself? Considering you're spending a lot of time invested in psychoanalysis.
That's asking too much, bro. He's not.
It's all on video. It's all on. That's the beautiful part. If you want a great explanation, the best explanation is to watch the YouTube channels. Go to the YouTube channels for hours a day and just sit there and watch it, and that's the answer. Wow, I can't believe they recorded all this stuff. It's amazing. Holy cow. Who's crazier, the person recording the crazy people or all the crazy people in the recordings?
How would you psychoanalyze a person objectively who spends years of their life, right?
Well, I can very easily look at it subjectively, not just objectively.
John, I get it. Just hang on, John. Just chill out for a second. A person who sits in their room literally 24/7, is up the pants doing yoga and streaming himself whilst recording other people without consent on tens of devices. How would you psychoanalyze and profile that particular type of person? Go for it, John. Mike's yours.
Okay, so the way I think I can look at it is by self-deprecating myself and unfortunately submitting myself to play the fool.
Try being objective about it, please.
I am trying to answer your question genuinely. I put myself at a professional risk to record myself recording other people. So selflessness, kindness goes both ways. If you think I'm a selfless prick or an egocentric, narcissist, toxic, malignant person, you can't make that determination. That's an all or nothing position. As Mojo has stated in my defense, I have made recordings that are so devastating to some of these people because it is against the law what they're saying. So I have put myself at risk as a former military intelligence officer to bring light to a toxic problem on this app.
I ask you a direct question. I'd really appreciate if you can give me a direct answer instead of just bullshitting off. Like, go for it.
Okay, why don't you just repeat the question again? Because if you're just going to mute me in the middle of a thought stream, you're not going to get the full thought. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm helping you to keep on track, John. That's all I'm doing. Ask you a specific question. How would you psychoanalyze a person who spends literally years recording themselves in their underpants, doing yoga, streaming other people without the consent? How would you psychoanalyze a person?
Okay, so I can respond. I can respond.
That's the question.
Okay. So I think there's two ways to look at this. If you look at the total body of work that I have submitted to the internet, aka YouTube and Instagram, it's 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos. In those videos, I have spent a lot of time doing subjective and objective uploading into YouTube. I've read a lot of books. And it's not just recordings of Clown House and people speaking here. There's a lot of creation and artwork that I've done in.
I'm not questioning what knowledge you have, and you are duck shoving again, and that's the reason why I've paused you and muted you. You're not answering the question. How would you, considering that you are good at psychoanalyzing other people, how would you profile a person psychologically who displays these particular traits?
Well, let them get it all out.
Yeah, okay. Let me explain it this way. By doing this work, I have done like a self-actualization technique on myself. But prior to this, at the Citadel, which is a very intense military academy, every freshman has to go through an intense indoctrination process. You essentially become a mute. There's only 3 responses: sir, yes, sir, no, sir, and sir, no, excuse, sir. So we can continue this line of questioning, or if you want, I can just resort to the 3 default cadet responses, and we can just move this conversation right along. And if you're interested in contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, click that link above right now. If you're enjoying this testy little debate between Rohan and I, and you find it entertaining, well, consider contributing $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover, the 16th district in Illinois. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is just entertainment. No one's going to fly to Australia. Nobody's going to fly to Chicago. We're not going to have some kind of old Australian 1930s fight and oil up our mustaches. No, this is just a friendly conversation on a social audio chat app called Road Rage Clown House, where people get angry over things from the past, from other rooms. And the rule of this room is be in and out. No bringing in drama from other rooms. So technically, Rohan, please read the rules and reconfigure your line of questioning to come in alignment and compliance with the rules. Thank you very much, Rohan.
You make me laugh. And commercialization that John's talking about, he's already said in other rooms that he if given the opportunity, he would plan to and does plan to be able to commercialize it if there is that opportunity that presents itself. There you go.
Yeah, I did the work. It's called doing work. It's a job. You know how much work I've invested in recording people on this app? I gave up my whole life to start recording this app. It's my work. It's my creation. It's my monetization. It's called capitalism, you communist Australian traitor! Traitor!
Terrible. Yeah, you might be doing what you call work, but the work that you are doing involves other people's ideas, thoughts, and their voice as well. That constitutes a breach, wouldn't you say?
Well, you're in the muff. There's always a little breach in the muff. You gotta have a breach in the muff. You need moisture, first of all. Then you can get a breach in the muff. If you get a breach in the muff and you find a way in and you go straight to the center, well, that's how you get compensated for your artistic endeavor. And you get a critic ultimately at the end. But nonetheless, a critic is.
You're breaking the rules. When a moderator's speaking, that's your cue to be able to go on mute for a second, because I just wanted to welcome Anne.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful to have you here. How are you
Nice to hear your voice, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Do you give your consent to be recorded or streamed to any other third parties?
I mean, technically when we are on Clubhouse, they're recording all of our voices and they can use it to edit, publish, analyze, and send it to all their stockholders. So, I mean, our shit's already out there, so I don't give.
Or lawyers or law firms, they'll give up all the data, no problem.
John, hang on, wait.
I have to assume that by just being on the app that they're doing it. So like, and God knows who their stockholders are. So do I care if my fellow Americans are recording me? No.
It's fine. Okay, I just wanted to let you know. So John over here is streaming this conversation, your voice, ideas and thoughts and feelings for that matter, over to another service, which is YouTube and possibly another platforms as well.
Yeah, X and Clubhouse as well.
Ideas. Wow, geez, John, I don't know.
X and Clubhouse, everybody. Follow me on X and follow my other Clubhouse accounts.
Right. Oh, so sorry. Oops. John, I'll bring you back up.
Very funny. Very funny.
That's very funny. I know he's great. He's great joke to laugh at, and it's fantastic. So I just wanted to let you know, Han, that's what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, Mojo explained everything. It's very simple, and he doesn't care, bro. I know.
I know.
Try to get him to see a blind spot. He does not care.
Ooh, we're gonna have a debate. We got Darren LaHood on stage, or at least a representative.
Oh no, that's Dr. Adams. I'm just, I'm just supporting Darren LaHood. You know, I'm with the LaHood crew, so I'm definitely supporting Darren LaHood. You know, Brad and I were actually, we were talking. We were thinking about going half on $1,000 a month apartment just to have an address out there. To vote. Okay, just to vote for LaHood in the district. Okay, because we believe in LaHood's vision. Okay, we believe that LaHood is good for the hood.
I'm gonna restart this live. Hope you're enjoying it.
That was pretty funny. Just because you've given explicit consent to Clubhouse does not mean, and you have no expectation of privacy, does not mean somebody else can use your content any way they want. They can't do that.
I mean, all legalities aside, just one word, John. One word. Why?
I mean, if I was in, the 16th district,
Yeah, it's spelled A-R-T, art. A-R-T.
Trying to go to Congress to remove people's autonomy and their privacy rights. Okay, to be listening and recording people probably on their cell phones. I mean, why would you trust somebody that has violated your perceived sense of privacy?
A-R-T,
We all know.
art,
We all
art,
know. We all know.
A-R-T, art, art, A-R-T.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. Okay, as a matter of fact, the last time that he ran, more people voted for him than anybody else in his district. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. You need to give these people their money back. Okay, we need to give these people their money back, John Kitover. Okay, LaHood is good for the hood.
I just don't know how we expect to have privacy when we are on a public social audio app.
We're not on a public, we're on a private social audio app.
And
Hold on, I want to, can I get a volunteer? Somebody volunteer? Anyone? Can someone volunteer? Just say something.
Okay, I'll volunteer. What can I do for you?
Okay, Moose, can you read the group title?
We are
Out loud, please.
we are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?
Now, wouldn't presence in this room after that disclosure suggest that you do consent?
Okay, just to let everybody know, I've restarted the YouTube live streams starting now.
How many viewers are there?
Mojo, the answer
And
is
that's
no,
another thing.
it's not
So, like,
explicit consent.
if you guys know that there's, like, if he has no viewers, like you guys just said, then why, like, do you know that they can use our voice on here and they can use it for commercial use? So, like, all of our voices are recorded, and if they want to do anything that they want to them, so, like, 10 years from now, you may hear your voice saying things that you never fucking said, and that to me is, like, more of a concern.
But you have given explicit consent to Clubhouse.
Yeah,
You have not given any consent to
Wait,
John
hold
Kitover.
on. Let's just have an honest conversation about this. What is the real concern that you have about the streaming? Is it because somebody might listen to what it is that you say? There's more people in this room listening to what you're saying than there are on the YouTube channel listening to what you're saying. So, like, explain yourself. Like, what is your major challenge to this?
I have one. Can I take a moment to express it?
The archive is memorialized in a different way against the terms and conditions that we agreed to on this specific app.
Adam, something that was somebody else will say. Do you want to take the mic?
Well, Adams almost partially stole my thunder. So I think what John's doing, I don't know if this is his intent, is building an inventory of unstructured data, which in video it's sort of less threatening than it is in other formats, but probably 8 to 9 months from now, with advanced Blackwell and Rubin chipsets, for under $100 with the appropriate prompts, probably in less than 5 minutes, someone's going to be able to go through that entire unstructured inventory and make it structured.
This is so
So much
funny.
so tailored to
This is so funny.
who you are and everything you've said, building a profile, recollecting anything that you've ever revealed about yourself. And that includes even John, when John's having passive conversations. So as John's recording all these rooms, he's living his life. He's chatting with friends on the phone about his own life, the dates he's going on, things that are going on in his family. All of those things are captured as well. So I wonder to what extent John has considered the law of unintended consequences. Or is this the intent?
Well, did anyone ask John? Anyone?
People have asked John, but then when John goes to answer it, John is giving an answer.
Yeah, I just heard the question, and the point is, it's not necessarily unstructured. I spend a lot of time structuring, and there's tons of playlists. There's a podcast on every YouTube account. It's 30 YouTube accounts that I'm personally managing. It's a lot of work, and I've been doing it in a flow state for like 5 years. So when you say that video data isn't like of high quality, see, video data really has a lot of data in it. And if you look at it from a gigabyte perspective, you'll understand it really is a lot of data in a video. So my ability to live stream on my AT&T fiber all this data, I can't believe I must have uploaded like hundreds of trillions of terabytes at this point. And
So
why do
what
I
is
pay only
where you said
$60 a month? No,
yeah,
I'm
why
trying to
you
game the
know,
system. I'm trying to game the system. This is like a hack. And all of you, if you are in my videos, you're in my network, you're connected to me somehow now. So you may not like that because I'm running to Congress, but I have created an artificial network with you, whether you like it or not. You're all in my videos. So in a way, I'm responsible to you, and now you're responsible to me. So fork it over, and give $10 now. Make it your Zadaka of the season.
All right, wait, hang on a second, John. One second. You missed Will's very good point. I'm not sure you understood what he meant by unstructured data. You can take all of those recordings, get those transcripts, and then you can organize them by serial prompting them, and you can make additional content out of them. That's what I believe he was talking about, and you missed that point entirely.
Well, I was actually saying he doesn't even need the transcripts. The technology is going to be able to write transcripts, make associations, sort of create metadata about the relationships.
Yeah, that's a distinction, but yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But
You guys are talking over what's already there. 30 YouTube accounts with 20,000 videos.
There are other people talking as well. Okay.
I know, but it's 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos.
Add my 2 cents in. You do it again, you're going to go down again, John. Thanks. Appreciate it. I don't know who else is going to bring you up if that's going to be the case. See, when you choose to be able to sign up to a service, that service is, it's incumbent upon that particular service as a commercial entity to be able to follow certain laws. Okay, and there's an obligation to those rules. Those companies are held accountable for what happens to that particular data. What people do, right, as far as what John is doing, is putting information out there which is in the public domain that can be scraped and utilized with AI, very, very simple scripts that can be recorded. And exactly what you're saying, there is the profiling that can be done. The technology is there right now if people want to be able to do that. And profile it back to your particular names and hold that as data. Selling it. This is part of what John is facilitating. And I just want to clarify one last thing, okay? John, I do not consent, regardless of the sign and the title that is in this room, for you to be able to record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, and feelings at all. Thank you.
So, couple of things. If anybody's ever gone to a live wrestling event and broadcasts on Netflix, WWE Raw, when you're in attendance before the show starts, they make an announcement that you being there, that they're going to be recording. There's going to be cameras everywhere, and that they may use your likenesses. They may use for any purpose, marketing or others, right? And so, and you're not, considering
harass.
Okay, what do you mean by harass? Who is he harassing?
Yeah, I'm not sure that harassing argument is a good argument.
It's a weak argument.
I don't think anybody's going to. We can have complaint about that. I think people believe it. It's a surreptitious recording, the equalization of information. That is the crux of it. And all of the recordings have done have not been done by permission. That's not a fact.
Well, Joe, I would just encourage you to go to my YouTube channel, look at some of my videos, and you tell me. Be a judge of the videos. Don't be a judge of me as a person or my total operations. Look at an individual piece of work and give me some feedback on a specific example, not these overgeneralized John Kitover sucks statements. You know what? You're a critic, and you suck.
Wait a minute. I have not criticized you one bit, and I don't need to go to your YouTube to hear people talk and record without their permission. The fact of the matter is a surreptitious recording. That is the crux of it.
Joe, you have to go.
Hold on. Just so everybody knows in this room, especially those that are complaining about it, this room right now is being streamed. And everyone in this room, including the people speaking and complaining, are aware of this fact. And yet you choose to stay here and complain about it, knowing that it's being streamed on YouTube. I would argue that you want to be streamed. Otherwise, you would have left already.
This is childish. No. This is childish. I'll see y'all later. This is fucking childish.
What are the damages?
Well, there is that. You do need damages to be able to get compensation in court. There's no question about that. But the reality is, if they feel like they've been damaged and they go to one of his YouTubes and they've been mischaracterized and they've suffered some harm, then that's actionable.
So,
Okay, well that's a risk that John's then taking.
Can I just point out that one person has decided to exercise their right to leave the room when it was pointed out that continuing to talk about it and complain about it, knowing you're being streamed, pretty much invalidates the argument that you have a problem with it. Because if you had a real problem, if I had a real problem with it, I wouldn't be here. That's how I exercise my freedom when I have a problem with it. But let me make my final point. The person that did storm off and say, "Forget this. This is immature. I'm out of here," also is participating in this communication by creating a PTR saying that they support the opposition to him running in the race. So everybody is trying to communicate their own bullshit here. All I can say is that John's just doing it better than everyone else.
Well, let me point out that Rowan said that he did not give John his permission to record. That's all he needed to do.
Everyone wins. That's my slogan. Everyone wins.
John has to.
No. This room is telling people that this room is being recorded.
No, you made No, that's not good enough.
Hold on. Let me explain something.
It's not good enough.
It is good enough. Listen, if you were to walk into Stone's poker room in Sacramento, or you could go to Live at the Bike, the Bicycle Casino in Southern California. You walk into these casinos and they have tables that specifically have cameras that record the poker game, and they put the poker game on the fucking television so people at home can watch what's happening at the casino. If somebody sat down at that table and said, "I don't consent to fucking playing," they wouldn't fucking sit there. Like you gotta understand, you have a responsibility here, and I think that people that are saying that they don't consent, but then stay in a room that they know is being streamed, I don't think they're being very genuine.
No, I think you're wrong. I think if the examples you're giving of this poker room, and you go to management and you say, "I don't want to be recorded," they will invite you to leave.
Yes, Yes, I work in the entertainment industry, and all I have to do to film in public and get your consent is put up a sign that says, I am filming. If you walk past this, you are consenting to be filmed. Mojo is absolutely right. I deal with it on a regular basis and have been for 30 years in the entertainment industry. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter what you consent to or don't consent to verbally. If it is posted at the top of this room that this is being streamed, you are giving your consent by being in this room. I know it sucks.
No, I think you're wrong. I think you're completely wrong.
Please let me finish, Joe. Please let me finish. I disagree with what John's doing.
I've heard the crux of your argument. Okay, I appreciate it. But I disagree with the crux of the argument. It is not Clubhouse that is putting this in the title. It's Mojo is putting this is putting the title in this particular room. John is not. John is the person who is streaming this, and I'm repeating myself. I do not consent to having my voice, ideas, thoughts, or feelings being recorded or streamed onto any other platform. And if John chooses to be able to disregard my wishes, then there are consequences. That's not a threat. I'm just stating that is what it is.
You'd have to prove damages. There's no consequences.
Okay, that is absolutely a distinction. If John's recording and Mojo is the one putting up the consent, I can see your argument there. But you still have the ability to leave, and that is actually exactly it. You could sue him, and you could prove your damages and sue him for that. But I do see your distinction, bro. I do, and there's a legal argument there.
Well, I don't support or understand John's recordings. It is like Mojo said, it is the app shooting the messenger. The app literally said $5 a month. Here are the tools here's the incubator for disease of anonymous recordings and streamings where mods can do where mods are left powerless to be at the hands of these random recorders. Like, that is all on Clubhouse.
I don't know where Clubhouse is given explicit consent for people who have a plus sign to record. I don't think that's part of the TOS.
Joe, you're 100% correct.
They've taken my ability. Hold up. They've taken my ability away. I used to have the ability, and you can ask John about this. If he was in the room under one of his many aliases, if I recognize, okay, that's the person that's streaming the room, I was able to remove him from the room. I no longer have the ability to do that. I had it, and it was taken away from me. The app itself has taken away the tool that I had at my disposal to deliver to what you guys are asking for, is to take his ability to stream the room. That tool has been taken away by the app creator. So I'm going to put this challenge out to you guys. You go ahead and put together a fucking petition saying that you think that the $5 a month anonymous feature should go away, and I will fucking sign it. Matter of fact, I will actually advertise that people sign the petition. I will sign that petition. But what I won't do is sit here and allow people to just have this cowardly fucking argument that why are you not taking the fight to the fucking person that created the conditions that do not allow moderators to kick people out for streaming rooms? You guys are not willing to fight that fight because you don't have the gun. Instead, what you do is you'll sit in a room that you know is streamed and sit here and bitch about it. You guys don't want solutions. That's why you probably haven't donated to John Kitover. If you want solutions for problems that we face, you might want to just pay up John Kitover for Congress.
Well, that's a nice soliloquy, but it doesn't matter. John has been recording surreptitiously for 5 years, and the body of that work is on other people's content, and nobody gave him permission to do that. And irrespective of Clubhouse, they haven't given anybody the right to record. In fact, the TOS says that you can't personally record rooms.
Did you know that Joe Armenia, who is the community guy for Clubhouse, was in this room when we were doing a money bomb for John, and we mentioned this room is being streamed, and he is the person that manages the community here, and he followed me, knowing that this room streams to YouTube. So are you telling me that you think that Clubhouse doesn't want this to be streamed? Because I think I have some anecdotal evidence to the contrary.
Well, you lost the whole thing.
Roger, you sort of lost the trail there, respectfully. Okay, it's not a matter of whether they want.
Okay, what are you gonna do about it, bro? Bro, what are you gonna do? Okay, what are you gonna do about it?
People actually sign up, and they say, you know what, I accept these terms and conditions, and they become a user.
Okay, instead of crying about it, what are you gonna do about it?
I'm not crying about it. I'm doing what I can, what I'm willing to be able to do at this point in time, and that's to be able to try and protect myself by stating very clearly that I don't consent, John or anybody else for that matter, outside of the terms and service and conditions of Clubhouse, for anybody to be able to record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, and feelings. That's what I can do. That's what I'm willing to do.
Okay. Hold on. So I want to make a statement. This room is being recorded. It's being recorded by Clubhouse. It's also being recorded and live streamed onto YouTube. And if you're in this room, you need to understand that your voice will be streamed to YouTube. And if you don't want that to happen, there's action that's required on your end to make sure that doesn't happen. Because this room is being streamed now, and it will continue to be streamed. And if you don't like that, the ball is in your court.
Okay, I hear that really loudly and clearly. That's perfectly fine. The conversation I'm having is not with you about it. It's actually with John. I'm saying to John and anybody else who choose to be able to try and record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, or feelings, that is not something I can consent to. I consent myself being here. I consent you, obviously, for creating the own rules that you have in this room and also this house, and that's perfectly fine. I accept those conditions, but I don't accept John or anybody else recording my voice and streaming it.
So quick question for Joe or Ro or anybody else that is anti rooms being streamed, despite the fact that the app is allowing for this. What do you plan to do about it?
Not one thing.
Nothing.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, Mojo, I think you're maybe either not sensitive to or missing the point that the risk continuum to the variety of people in the room is different. So you're a guy who's probably at the end of his career, probably well-resourced, doesn't have a lot to lose. And I'm probably in that same situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so comfortable with John recording these rooms. I'm not uncomfortable with it. I can see things in the future that make this a really bad idea for a lot of people, including myself, but it's not going to be the thing that gets me. But if you're not like between me and Anson in that sort of cohort, you might have something to lose by sticking around this house and expressing yourself based on the technologies that are coming and based on the data sets that John's collecting.
Wait, hold on. Are you under the impression that John's the only person that records or streams those rooms?
No, and I'm not concerned about it either. Cause like I said, that's for me. I know it's not going to be the thing that gets me.
Okay, how about this? Name a public-facing house on this app that you believe doesn't get streamed.
No, I think it all gets streamed. I know it all gets streamed. Like, I'm not new on this topic.
So then what the hell is the critique about? I don't see anybody going into biblical smoke and saying, hey, I don't consent to the stream. I mean, like, figure out whatever house it is, whether it's chillism or political correct or Lisa 420, whatever house it is that you go into, or even just a room when you're amongst friends. I want you to explain to me, are you under the impression that what's happening with John is not happening there? Like, because I can't think of a single place, with the exception of a private room, Which, by the way, the person that you're having a private conversation with, they might be screen capturing it too. Who fucking knows? People on here are weird.
For sure. No. Yeah, I'm not saying like what John's doing is exclusive. He is probably doing something at a level of scale, using the resources of a Meg 7 company to act as the repository for what will be a glorious data set a year from now, where you can pay $100 using a technology that comes out to consume, to eat that entire elephant of YouTube recordings and prompt and mine probably really valuable shit out of it. So it's not a threat to me, but I don't know that John's doing this with a threatening intent, but I can see the law of unintended consequences that what he does ends up creating a point of threatening atmosphere.
That's something to that. I'm saying as well. I gained an enormous amount from social audio, not just Clubhouse, but social audio. And so part of what that has included is actually me sharing personal things, being vulnerable, having courage to be able to do that. And that includes other people, right, within my circles who have managed to be able to who've gone through that process and grown as a result of that and developed like really, really amazing communities and connections. Prohibiting or inhibiting a person from being able to do that, knowing that there's a good chance that they're actually being recorded. I'm not talking about this particular room because there are other rooms that are being streamed by John, as he's already said. Basically dilutes the value proposition individually and maybe even collectively if something isn't actually said about it. And I actually really I do get a lot of value out of Clubhouse and social audio. I like to make sure that other people continue to be able to do so. And this idea that, okay, Clubhouse, in my opinion, has earned by allowing anonymity and furthermore disallowing moderation or objective moderation to be able to provide environments where people can speak their mind, can find courage to be able to talk about certain things that might actually be very close to the heart. That's on them, got it. But that doesn't mean they consent and give license to any and all to be able to stream content from these rooms onto other platforms where that information can be interfered by other people.
So answer this question for me, bro. You know that Clubhouse knows that John's doing this and that others are doing this. We know that they know this. We know that he's been mass reported. Clubhouse has made the decision to allow him to remain on this app, knowing what he does. Do you think does that signal to you that they supported, that they frown upon it, or that they're indifferent? What's the signal to you?
Well, the signal's a couple of things there. Either they, as an entity, are aware of it, or there's an individual that's aware of it and has chosen not to be able to do anything about it. There's two distinctions that are within there. But again, the terms of the service, regardless of what an individual actually said, speaks for itself. You are not allowed to be able to stream or record rooms and conversations without other people's consent. The system doesn't allow for it.
I know. Well, hold on, but you keep saying that, but now you didn't answer my question. My question was, what do you think Clubhouse thinks about that? Even though they have a terms of service that you agreed to, right?
Yeah.
They're not enforcing this, despite the fact that hundreds, if not thousands, of people have brought it to their attention about John's behavior on this app, and they choose to allow him to remain. So why do you think that they're against this behavior if they know about it and they're allowing it?
Well, okay, so there's two.
It's free marketing.
There's two distinctions to be able to make. Okay, it is actually doing free marketing. So for them, it's a double-edged sword because, look, if they were ordered to, or they were taken to court, and it was found that they were knowingly enabling this, they'd one thing. Okay, then they would be held accountable. However, on the marketing side, and for an organisation that's probably trying to maximise as much as they can in terms of getting exposure, this is a great marketing opportunity for them too. So there's no one answer to it, and I don't know that I'm right. It's just an opinion that I might be able to share.
Yeah, I would say this: if you had turned on replays for this room, which you have not, and if John had just been collecting replays on Clubhouse and utilizing those, I would have no problem with that, because you can do that.
Hey, you know.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, let me ask you this. If this is such a legal problem, the platform that he is streaming it to is very risk adverse. In fact, there's a process in which you could have content taken down. If he was to play music, copyrighted material, just for a few seconds even, he would lose his entire channel, not just the video that he's posted. He could do a lot of damage. He could forever be banned from monetizing, which takes a lot to get monetized on an app like that, which he's nowhere close to. But YouTube, which is very risk adverse and definitely wants to follow all the laws pertaining to privacy and intellectual IP and this, that, and the other. YouTube disagrees, because I've gone to YouTube to try to get content removed, and they won't do it. Now, if you have a specific angle that you can go to YouTube and get them to take it down, that'd be one thing. So here's just some facts on the table, okay? All the facts. This app enables this functionality. It took away the ability to for a host of a room to do something about it. And when this app is notified that it's happening, they take no action against the person. And then the app that it's being streamed to, when you bring it to their attention, they take no action. And then the final thing is, the people that have this grievance, that know it's being streamed, have no problem staying in the environment that they think is so destructive. When I add it all up, I just think that it's a very disingenuous argument. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fair use and copyright.
Just because the app has a blind spot to it, it doesn't give license for people to be able to look. You know what? I don't think, no matter what I say, it's not going to make any difference here. Okay, Roger, I love and respect you. Okay, we're going to disagree about this. In fact, I know for a fact that you and I do agree on certain elements of this dialogue, and that's great. I appreciate that. I know that if, for example, if Clubhouse turned around and said, we are going to disable that functionality where people who are anonymous cannot be booted out, then perhaps you would be changing your ideas as they are standing at this point in time. Okay? It doesn't get around the fact that, and it's fine, you can put the titles up there, all good, fantastic, but it doesn't get away from the fact that John is streaming, right, people's ideas, thoughts, and feelings and voice without consent onto another platform. And by the way, I have reported content. I'm not going to say whether it's John's or not, and I've had content removed by YouTube for the very reasons that I'm talking about. It's an infringement on copyright.
Can I tell a little story? I don't block a lot of people on this app. I've blocked John like 3 times and unblocked him. I like John. I actually can sort of get his humor and enjoy it. I don't see this being a really good thing for him. In fact, I would say that of all the people, I think he's got the most to lose. And Mojo, you're probably more familiar with the story than I am, but when I believe it was Hulk Hogan was in a lawsuit with the Gawker, right? So that then Peter Thiel wrote a book on this. Was Hulk Hogan the threat in that litigation? education. What ended up being the threat was somebody who was trying to seek revenge against Gawker, and that was Peter Thiel. And he was very well resourced and tipped the balance of things. So it's, again, I think a lot of this conversation has been good and it's been wide-ranging, but in a lot of ways it's been pretty myopic. If you don't know what myopic is, it's like nearsighted, meaning the things that can bite you in the ass are oftentimes the things that you don't contemplate or can't see with like first order thinking. And I think, while none of this bothers me, and if I guess I had a preference, I would prefer that John doesn't do this, not only for me and for all of you, but primarily for himself, because I intend on giving him some money, and I wish him the best on this campaign. But I think he could be making a better decision as it relates to recording these rooms. I see a lot of downside, very little upside.
Look, and I was in that same camp until the app itself took those tools away, forced me to reconsider. I just want to respond to the Gawker thing, though. The difference in the Gawker case was it was a private conversation that was released publicly. That's the difference. This is not a private conversation. This is by definition a public conversation.
Well, that will be hopefully not, but that will be for the courts to decide.
The legalities aside,
it's in the name. It's
Gentlemen, please.
On a social audio app, it's a public room.
Gentlemen, please let me. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen.
For the U.S. Senate.
If somebody's looking to gain attention, then sure. Like, if you think, here's the thing. If you think that his opponents could weaponize this, I would say you should send all of the videos to his opponents. And let's see if they weaponize it. Let's say if they find the worst thing that he's ever said on this app and use it against him so he doesn't win the election. I would love for that to happen. It would be the most publicity that he's going to get in this cycle. So please, if you think that what he's doing is wrong and it's not helpful and it's not becoming of someone running for Congress, then go take the links to every single one of those YouTube channels and go ahead and send them to his opponents.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry for getting so excited. I just want to remind you, you are all being live streamed to YouTube, whether you consent or don't consent. But, I'm also creating reels real time.
John, what's 11 million times 11,000?
I would just encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day. I want to thank you for being a part of this Mojo experience. And this campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover to the 16th District, this is an ongoing room, it seems, every day. I'm sure tomorrow will be just like today. I don't want to say it's Groundhog Day, because it's not. We are going to doge Darren LaHood, who has created $20 trillion in debt, who supported the vaccines and has $10 million in his bank account from Big Pharma, from big health insurance. And he's just a skimmer and a can kicker. And he's created $20 trillion. And if you want to be a part of this campaign, follow me on X, John Kitover IL. Retweet something, comment. Nobody even watches any of the content, and everybody's sitting here complaining for 2 hours about me. Meanwhile, nobody even looks at it. So, that's life. People like to be art critics, but nobody ever picks up a canvas and a brush and paints anything and hangs it on the wall anymore, nor do people read books. They just come on a social audio complaint app called Clownhouse and deposit their complaints in a fucking vacuum. Welcome to the abyss that you create. I'm merely just recording you, and you're live on YouTube right now.
Jen, can you put the links to the shorts in the chat? Because I want to send them to my mom so she knows that I'm on the internet.
Yeah, you're definitely in there. I don't know. You'll have to scour through the 20,000 YouTube videos to maybe try to find yourself. Good luck.
Yeah, just FYI, I again do not give consent to you, John, or anybody else to be recording or streaming my voice, my ideas and thoughts. They are mine. Do not do it, John.
What is this, dinner for schmucks and you're running like a hypnosis seminar or something? I mean, Ro, let it go. You're in an online social audio chat app where I'm not the only one who records. It could be 100 people recording you. What are you going to do then? Oh, I don't know, Ro. You're going to say the same thing to everybody else? Get over yourself. I can't be the only one who's recording this. Clown House records this. The government records this. No one controls your thought, Ro. You're free. You're a free man. I'm just live streaming myself in my office because I think it's the best idea to do.
You sounded very triggered at the moment, John. Let me take some information. I'm just making it clear to you I don't give consent and I don't do find my voice or any part of my thoughts and ideas on one of your channels.
What is this, dinner for schmucks?
And if that means that your channel goes down, I'm not going to cry at all.
Oh, you think I'm gonna cry? You know how many accounts I've had nuked, deleted, Clown House, YouTube, etc. You think I'm crying right now? No, I'm still having fun. I'll still have fun. Whatever they knock off, it won't stop me. I'm gonna go all the way, baby. And we're in March. We're gonna win that primary. Darren LaHood is gonna shit his pants when he realizes his 10-year reign of $20 trillion in debt and skimming is over. The people of Peoria, the people of Rockford will be liberated from a fake Republican rhino, a vaccinologist who said if you don't get vaccinated, you can't go back to work. You gotta get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Send me more money, Pfizer. Send me more money, Blue Cross Blue Shield. This pandemic will not end until all of you get vaccinated. That's what he said. Look at his social media. You know, just go on his X account and type in vaccines and pull up all the vaccine posts he made. He didn't delete them. They're still there. Read what he wrote. Read what the man wrote. His name is Darren LaHood.
This has been a fun room. I wish I could get on the stage of the town hall and ask Paul that question. I would just love to ask Paul, hey, why did you take the tools away from the room creators to kick people out of the room? Because there's a lot of things they can do. First of all, I should be able to kick anybody out of the room, right? Dave said, no, the creator does not have that right. In fact, we're going to get people to pay $5 a month for the privilege of not being kicked out. That's what they're charging people $5 for the privilege to not be kicked out. It's like they've got immunity. It's amazing. I think that everyone that's spoken tonight against John is just guilty of not understanding who their true enemy is. I think what you should be mad about is that Clubhouse made some changes that now justify and enable people to do what John's doing, and then you want to rehash something that's been happening for 5 years. Well, like he's been doing it for 5 years. The only difference now is that Clubhouse is on his side. Clubhouse took his side against you guys.
Yeah, I don't think that's so, Mojo. I don't think that's so at all. The fact of the matter,
really?
Clubhouse changed the
Do I have the ability to kick? Do I have the ability to kick out people that are anonymous? Yes or no?
You have no ability to stop anybody from recording, irrespective of being able to kick anybody out, anonymous or otherwise. People could be recording anyway, and that still would be surreptitious, and they would be just like John.
Right, but when we identify...
But to leave the moderator powerless and to take away that ability to remove a known recorder is just, it's counterintuitive to a good user experience.
Well, what about the unknown recorder?
Well, you guys aren't complaining about the unknown recorder. You guys are complaining about John, the known recorder.
No, I have been very clear about surreptitious recording, period. John or anyone else.
So who's the other person you want to name in this suit?
I don't have a suit and don't plan on filing one.
But if you did, is there another known person that does this?
I'd have to have damages, and then I would know that I've been somehow compromised by recording being broadcast someplace else, or somehow I've suffered a loss. I don't know that, so there's nothing I can do, and I don't know who that person is yet.
I don't think a judge would be very sympathetic to these arguments that I'm hearing.
This is.
Joe, how many times have you been in court or prepared for a lawsuit?
I've been sued a couple times.
This week?
Why? What's the inference of that question?
I'm just wondering if you've gone through the discovery process and actually had to defend against a suit or file the suit. That's all.
Do you think that it's likely that if somebody in this room that's choosing to participate in this room, despite the fact that everyone in this room knows it's being recorded, do you think that by stating that, hey, I don't want to be recorded, you think that that's going to hold up in a court?
Oh, it very well may.
Depends if you're a good lawyer or not.
You know, the only argument you have would be defamation. You have an obligation to limit your damages if you're aware of how to limit your damages. You'd be making the argument that because Clubhouse is in the state of California, and California is a two-party consent state, and audio is only being recorded, not video, because you don't have the right to limit video in public. You could make the argument that this is a public space. And so, again, I agree with Mojo. He's absolutely right. It's not going to hold up. But go ahead and sue John for defamation. That's your argument.
William, you're incorrect. Doesn't matter where Clubhouse is incorporated. It matters where the person is domiciled. So I'm in Maryland, where you cannot record without explicit permission.
Can I make one request? If anybody is going to file a lawsuit, can you do it soon? Because I would love for this to blow up before the primary in March.
Yeah, I have no plans on filing a lawsuit.
Just out of curiosity, Joe, are you a lawyer?
I am not a lawyer. My brother's a lawyer. My partner's a lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. But I have had to do a lot of lawsuits.
Clearly plays one on Clubhouse.
I have not pretended to be a lawyer one iota.
See, I mean, part of the campaign strategy is to be that candle or that star, to attract attention. And I want to thank you all for centering me for over 2 hours as I create clips about you complaining about me, because this is one of the most essential strategic components of my campaign to win the 16th district and defeat and remove Darren LaHood, the toxic vaccinologist and $20 trillion debt creator who doesn't care about his constituents' property taxes, their income taxes. All he cares about is a big, beautiful bill and trillions of dollars in debt. So Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca.
So your solution is to be an asshole to everyone on Clubhouse, and that's how you get elected? That's a great platform, bro.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, I want to be clear, John.
I just want to ruin this little kid that he's trying to do a speech.
Yes, sorry,
That's how
William.
you combat it. Every time he goes off on a tangent, interrupt him.
Yeah, sorry, William. I have not made any ad hominem towards you, John. I have focused entirely on the practice of surreptitiously recording. That's all my commentary has been about, not about you.
Okay, so I want to officially hedge my bet here. John, I do not consent to you recording my voice, my likeness, my thoughts, my expressions, my deepest, darkest desires. If you do that, you son of a bitch, and there's a class action lawsuit or some other type of way to get some money out of this, I'm signing up.
Forgot to state your name.
John, I demand to be paid.
I am Mojo X.
Ron forgot his name too when he guys did legal disclaimer all over again. Name wasn't on it.
You know, someone once remarked that the only people that watch my videos are the people who are actually in the videos. Therefore, it's a very, very small community of people because it's really not that many. I mean, it's a couple hundred people, and people know who I am, and they go to my YouTube channels for gossip, for source. I mean, I am the modern day gossip magazine, you know, redistributor. Like, I'm the laziest, what are those people called in the streets that film celebrities?
Paparazzi.
I am the laziest paparazzi of all fucking time. I literally sit here and just click, 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 click. No work, no editing, nothing. It's the laziest clipping job in the world. I am the paparazzi spammer of Clownhouse. I hate to tell you.
Constituents of the good people of your district are looking for in their congressman.
Well, it's important. It's important that they know that I'm a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, and that I have provided a service to them. And inside, hold on, Moose. Moose, hold on. Moose, hold on. I haven't gotten the thought out. You're interrupting me. Do I interrupt you? Go ahead, Moose. You can finish up.
No, I was just curious what your answer would be if they ask why you're doing this.
Well, as Mojo stated earlier, if it does get out and you do help the campaign and you send videos of the most toxic conversations on Clownhouse, for example, just in the past 72 hours, or maybe the past week or the past 30 days, find the most toxic, vile, repugnant vulgarity that you've heard on this app that I've recorded that YouTube amazingly doesn't take down, and send it to Darren the Hood. As Mojo X said, if Darren LaHood attacks me as a candidate, it gives me credibility. When Dr. Adams comes in here with a Darren LaHood PTR and I'm recording it and posting it saying the Darren LaHood campaign associate or aide is attacking the campaign for candidate Congressman John Kitover, you have to realize it's all part of the plan. And even if you don't give $1 now, I'm still going to use your voice, your PTR, and this conversation in the campaign. So you've got nothing to lose, and I've got everything to gain. So give $10 right now to elect candidate Kitover to the 16th District of Illinois.
Oh, man. These last 72 hours have been a blast.
I think we're all going to be looking back on this and having a good laugh, Roger.
Let me ask you this. Have you been listening during earlier in the day? Like, well, I guess that's a weird concept for you because you're on the other side of the world. But earlier today, we had some accusations thrown at John of stolen valor. I think we should send that to the opposition. I think we should send that to Darren LaHood and the Democratic opposition and see if they run with that.
Do you trust a person on face value who would spend 4 years of their life almost 24/7 recording other people on the internet?
Well, when he was accused of stolen valor, I did like a Google search and I found plenty of evidence that supported that his claims were legit. I could find the evidence that he went to the Citadel, for example. Claims that were, I mean, the things that were said today were crazy. And in fact, if there was a crime committed at all today, it would have been the crime of slander.
You know, Rohan, I also posted my military ID and my Service Connect disabled veteran healthcare card. So
I don't know why you feel the need at this one time to be able to try and defend yourself.
you sound triggered. You sound triggered. Who hurt you, Rohan? Who hurt you? You sound triggered. My mommy. My mommy?
Yeah. Your mama. Yeah. It was a straightforward question, but yeah, look, I was actually about to say, look, I'm not suggesting that John Kitover is anything but the person he says or indicates that he is. That's perfectly fine. And look, John, for what it's worth, I actually find you amusing. I think your comedy is actually really funny. If it didn't impinge upon me and other people around me, then,
That's what makes it funny.
It might get saved as different.
That it's not just at my expense. See, that's why I think it actually is kind of funny because, the room title is "We are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?" But yet, technically, this is a complaint room against me individually as someone who records himself in his office, and you are consenting to being here because you're in a room titled "We're being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?" If you're here, you are consenting to being recorded legally speaking. It's in the subject title of the room, in the muff. The whole room's being recorded. Everything you say is being live streamed on YouTube, and you are talking. So let me just give you the link to the YouTube so you can see what it looks like from my perspective. I know this may be, earth shattering, but let me get you that link to YouTube. Please hold.
Now, were you able to segregate the content from before the disclaimer was put at the top of the room?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when Roger changed the room title, I restarted all the YouTube so it's fresh. Start from the time of the title start. So you're technically in a room right now, which is timestamped and pressed with the title, with a new feed called "We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?"
Let me ask you this.
Joe, before you ask your question, can I just ask one question of you guys that are complaining? Would you guys please write letters, send emails, make phone calls to the Darren LaHood campaign headquarters and tell them about these live streams that the opposition, so they can tell the good people of Illinois about just how crazy John Kitover is. This will help the voters make an informed decision. If you guys can go ahead and do that, you would be doing your civic duty. I encourage you to do it. In fact, I will buy the stamps if you want to mail the letter.
I say you invite the guy into this room.
Darren LaHood?
Yeah, bring him in here.
Darren LaHood's too busy stealing your money. He's not coming in this room.
Have you asked?
Wait, what is...
I'll make that request.
Wait, Mojo, let me ask this diagnostic question. What is Darren LaHood times 1,000? Cat got your tongue? Okay, let's move the show right along. So again, you are in a room here on Clown House, and I'm a serial recorder on the interwebs, and you are currently being live streamed to YouTube. Everything you say is being listened to by YouTube, me, and future people. Do you consent to speaking up right now and being forever on YouTube?
Yeah, if you can show me that you have explicit consent from Clubhouse to do it.
Just look to the top of the room, underneath in the muff. We are being live streamed to YouTube.
Dodging my
Do
question.
you consent? Do you
Dodging
consent?
my question.
We are being live streamed to YouTube.
Objection, badgering the witness.
Do you consent? Do you
I
consent?
object to the dodging of the.
I direct your attention to the top of the room. We are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Go to the chat. There's 3 YouTube live streams right now. You can see me in my hat with my golf shirt on. I'm sitting in my office live streaming you. Every word you're saying is being retransmitted across 13 different YouTubes, 2 different X accounts, and 2 different Clown House accounts. Your voice is going through all of the interwebs, coursing out in a brilliant source of brilliance. Go to the links now to listen to yourself right now.
So I'll take that as an answer no, that you do not have consent from Clubhouse to do it.
I point you to the top of the room where it says we're being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Do you consent? Go to the chat to find the link to the YouTube in the mouse.
Joe, let me ask you a question. Have you heard enough tonight to consider giving a donation to the candidate?
No, I have heard enough, and no, I would not give him any money.
In fact, I think John owes Joe money.
You know, this is a very tough audience, and I'm a former stand-up comic. I've done a lot of stand-up comedy here in Chicago. But to me, this is the modern stage. To go to a bar, to not even make people laugh, but to sit here to record you live on Clubhouse in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Do you consent? And so the point is, you are still here talking, even though you're complaining about being live streamed on my YouTube, but you're still here talking about it because of dopamine, because of what I'm saying and what you're thinking about saying next, creating dopamine, 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 and then more dopamine. But the question is, you are still in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? But here you are, mesmerized and hypnotized, listening to candidate Congressman John Kitover running for the 16th district in Illinois. Are you prepared to go into your center, hold on to the center, and find that dollar, to find that $10 bill, to find that $100 bill, and donate it to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover right now? Just remember, all communication is political, and all communication is hypnosis, and all communication is
So,
spam.
John, are you?
So stop eating spam for lunch.
Are you condescending to us, or are you insulting us? I'm not sure which it is.
I am live streaming you to YouTube right now, recording.
His mushrooms are
every word
kicking
you say.
in.
I'm not being condescending. I'm merely trying to make the point that people come to Clown House, and at a subconscious level, it's mostly just dopamine because nothing is created here. Nothing intelligent is hardly ever discussed. There's no organizing effort to create any kind of intelligence.
Then again,
It's
it begs
just
the
heated
question for your
conversations.
constituents, why? What is the motivation? Why?
Well, because I think that as a leader and as a congressman, I'm also the primary educator. And that means I think that in society today, we have an anger management problem, which is from the top to the bottom. And I've observed it. I'm sure you've observed it. In this app, we've observed it. I've recorded it. I've distributed it. And you are all witnesses to the fact that people are not in control of their emotions. Their emotions are in control of them. And many people do homicidal ideation projection, which is screaming out death threats all day long. Some people are engaged in nefarious activities on this app. I've also live streamed that onto YouTube. So if you think your pathetic little gossip about God knows what is a problem for you, well, put yourself in my shoes. I'm running for Congress recording you.
I got it. Condescending. Got it.
It's produced by FOMO Productions.
It's been a fun room. You guys kept me busy. Long drive. I appreciate you guys. It's been good.
Do we entertain you? Do we amuse you?
You know, I get my greatest amusement when I go and watch the live stream on YouTube. The one that everybody's giving consent to.
Alright, now that was actually funny.
Too soon.
Alright, I almost never get up and talk in this room, but I do have to go to bed. Thank you guys.
Okay, good night, Joe. So I do get text. I get text message from a lot of people, sending me their best stuff clips as well, because I am not the only one that records. I have inspired other recorders who send me their recordings of either my rooms or other people's rooms. So everything today was live streamed onto YouTube using a screen recorder. Everything yesterday was, live streamed using a screen recorder. His name is Chris. Is he in the audience? Oh my God, he's in the audience. Why don't you come up and tell everybody about the work that you are also doing recording Clubhouse? So the person that I'm talking about in the audience is the hyphenated marks Mini Mini 9. His name is Chris, and he also records Clubhouse, and you can look at his chat history. In one of the rooms, it's called Come Waste Your Time. One of my special rooms where I live stream other clown house rooms into another Clubhouse room called Super Stupid Hypnosis, how to waste your time and listen to people talking about nothing. So that's the kind of work and service we do, not just for Clown House, but for everyone, to help everybody optimize their time and figure out why people are here, road raging and talking about the same thing every day over and over again, nonstop.
You know, tomorrow's going to be a fun day. I'm not sure what the topic will be in Hanson's room, but rational discussion group. Starting to build some steam. Did you guys have fun in that? I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. And at Timok, you were there. Dippity, you were there. John, you participated. Moose, I think you were there as well, right? No? All right.
It was good. I listened to the part of the playback. I read those stats. It's $88 billion a month to fund education in this country. 1.1 trillion a year we spend on education in this country. That's a big business. 1.1 trillion a year is spent on in this country on education. 88 billion a month. 88 billion a month. Divide that by 30 days. What do you get? 2.8, 2.7 billion every single month, month after month. To another 2.9 billion, another 2.7 billion, another 2.8 billion. Every month, $3 billion, $3 billion. It's a lot of money.
My favorite part about that room was that the poll, I would have thought the way it was framed that ad money would have been a bigger, more popular option, and it was the least popular. Last I had looked, only 5% had indicated that they wanted to add more money to the system.
Isn't it interesting how when you say if we were to cut 20 billion from the budget, that would start to solve the problem, and then that immediate response, which basically negates the frame, and the frame being that the budget and the debt are connected, and to not make adjustments is never going to reduce the debt. So you pointed it out pretty quickly what immediate speakers had to say about funding cuts. But would you want funding cuts if you were connected to that beautiful spice flow?
I think tomorrow's going to be a good day. It's going to be a banger day on the Clubhouse streets.
Hey John, I'll promise you to contribute to the campaign if you burn that shirt.
Yeah, I know, it's brutal, right?
It's fucking awful, bro. I'm trying to do better.
So I think I bought this thing on eBay, and it's clean and it's dry clean. So that's the only reason why why I'm wearing it now. But it is such an uncomfortable shirt. It's unbelievable.
Did it come with that orange soda or that Yoo-hoo or whatever the hell you're drinking?
No, that's a Miller High Life with some grapefruit juice in it.
Oh, nice. That's like a spaghetti, right? Almost.
I call it a beer most. Yeah, I guess a spaghetti. Who ate on my spaghetti? Dude is a very chill dude. I think he was very happy that we read that Dao De Jing. So, dude, how would you rate my performance as a candidate congressman for the 16th district using Clubhouse as our base of operations?
How many hits did you get on the reading the Constitution?
I think it probably total around 10,000 views. But I filmed the Serb Fest here, where all these beautiful Serbian women were dancing like medieval style dances, and that also got 10,000 plus views. So it's pretty much the algorithm clocks it. If you upload good content, you're gonna get 500 to 1.5 thousand views. And the better it is, the more views you're gonna get. If your video sucks, the algorithm knows, but it clocks you and gives you so many views every day. And the most you can upload is 14 shorts a day.
What was this Serbian dance fest today that you got 10,000 views on?
You'd have to go to John_Kitover_Congressman on YouTube to see the videos.
John, why do you think you trigger so many people?
It's basically because I respond to people and communicate with people, and I think the sociopaths or the psychopaths amongst us, those people make constant and never-ending death threats on this app for 20, 30 minutes at a time. I think it's people like that trigger a lot of people. Also, I just think that saying $37 trillion out loud and then 100 trillion or 110 trillion behind that and unfunded debt liabilities, it may make people feel a little uneasy about the future, but the whole secret is to know that the now is a compression of the past and the future. I'm playing a very complicated political game, aka a word game, which requires influence or persuasion or intelligent transmission of truths to establish credibility and trust in your new leader, candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th district.
Did you know that some of the people that have been outspoken against your campaign were so hostile towards you before this? Like it was. Is any of this new? Because I know you were surprised when certain people supported you. Are there examples of people that you're surprised that didn't come out to support you?
No, I think the responses that I've heard today against me, especially with the stolen valor stuff, is basically what people do. They basically did their pattern on me. They projected on me the same pattern that they do every day onto other people. So I'm used to the barbecue party being either the center of the roast or being one of the people roasting somebody in the room. So, self-deprecation and allowing yourself to get roasted, though it's a huge waste of time, I feel like the content is worth it. Because to get somebody with Brad's voice attacking me, on Clownhouse for free is, there's a time value money creation there. And since I'm live streaming and running for Congress, like, it's worth it. So the people that haven't, come out to support me, I think that over the next couple months, when I show them and you show them and other people show them what kind of impact we're having on the ground, especially with gathering signatures. It's all momentum, and I know it can be done because there's a lot of disaffected people out there that do not like their government, that do not like their representative, and you can go to Darren LaHood's X account and go in the comment section, and you can read them yourself. People hate this guy. People are basically making death threats against him in the comments all the time. So he's not liked amongst his constituents. Now, they may not be Republicans who are shitting on him, but there are enough psychotic posts in his responses that, to know that there are a lot of people that do not like him. And so anyways, I'm just saying, I hope more people in Clown House support me because I do want to use this as the conference call HQ for the campaign because it's free, it's easy, and it's transparent and immediate. So people have never used this app to thoroughly launch a business or an endeavor or a campaign. So I hope to be one of the first people to successfully, do organizing on it with an actual result outcome, which is victory and defeating Darren LaHood.
Did you just say with a straight face, no one on Clubhouse has ever started a business? Or used Clubhouse to start a business?
No, to use it as their conference call HQ, meaning their work team meetings.
That's actually not true, but okay.
Okay, well, tell me why I'm wrong. You don't have to tell me I'm wrong. Just go ahead and give me the opposite. Stop wasting everybody's time over here. Because I've never seen it done. You know what I see get done on this app all day long, every day? Road raging, crash out, road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out. That's what people come here for. It's a NASCAR race. It is road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out. That's all that happens on this app. Why do you think people come here? It's for that dopamine. It's bum fights in a social audio app.
Okay, well, you're right about that. Which is why people either hate you or love you if you're keeping a record of that, but they don't see the replays on. But
Rohan, do you think maybe that's one of the biggest critiques of me is that I've got recordings of you doing road rage crash or what is it, Rohan? Is it the style in which I arrange the YouTube channel or the way I sort the No, it's true. Wait till you see how the Dr. Adams Darren Levin campaign video. It's already getting a lot of views. So the thing is, if I had the money, which we do now have about $1,000, I could run these Dr. Adams Darren Levin videos in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois right now and get 10,000 views. It's a question of, what's the cost per click? What's the CPM? Is it affordable? Can we actually get views in these districts, in the top towns? So I'm gonna start setting up some Google ads and X accounts and Reddit ads, and at least spend $100 here, $100 there soon. But really, the priority is the signatures. But the digital campaign component of this strategy, of this campaign, is very important. We need media money. That's how Pritzker won Illinois, and that's how we're going to win District 16. So if you haven't contributed yet, look in the chat. Posting it again. See if it goes through. But, today's been another day of collections. I think we did $25 or $10, but maybe we got to do a refund. Yeah, we got to do a refund. But the money bomb, I think, Mojo, the sooner you create an X account, the better, because I think your magic is going to work over there as well. You just have to get that account and work your mojo.
Yeah, I think get that up and running and get the right people connected. Try to get a room together that invites influential people. I would like to. There's a few people that I know that have some pretty fucking massive accounts there. If I can frame it right, they would show up. It would have to be framed of just talking about the debt. That way I can invite libertarians and Republicans. My old account, I had Thomas Massey following me, so nuking that account was a dumb thing. It's a very dumb thing. But I can reestablish those connections pretty easily.
So we also have young Augustus Galante on the team, who has worked on the Kennedy campaign. And he holds pretty big rooms at X with hundreds of people. And if we did a money bomb with him, he received a campaign payment for creatives that we would run on X, and he would promote. That investment in him as an influencer and creator for the campaign can possibly have 10x, 100x, big implications. So the sooner we work with him to get the next room going and scheduled, and actually schedule it and have a creative night, the sooner we can build a room with 900 people in there, or maybe 2,000 people, or 5,000 people. You never know, because at peak times, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the rooms are in the thousands. So it's just a question of having that one key influencer who can basically be a moderator.
Is that why he's not in Clubhouse anymore? He moved to X?
Yeah, he does X rooms all the time. A lot of UFO stuff.
Yeah, I know. I know his content.
But he posts a lot of political stuff. Nice. Next, did you like the reading of the Constitution last night? I mean, the Declaration of Independence. It was great. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question, Dr. Knox?
What are your actual policies and plans to do anything? Because the only thing is you have plans to win and to gather money for a campaign. I haven't heard you talk about anything that people should want to give the money for.
Well, see, I believe that the now is all important. So I'll tell you right now why people in the 16th district should vote for me. The number one reason is property taxes. The number two reason is income taxes. And the number three reason is the federal and the state debt. Those are the three primary reasons why the constituents in the 16th district should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover instead of Darren $20 trillion in debt, $2 trillion a year for 10 years. That's $20 trillion. Oh, I'm complaining. Clown House is a complaint submission form. You guys proved it. This past 2 hours, all you guys did is complain about candidate Congressman John Kitover and his live streaming activities. Okay? This is a complaint receipt form, and I'm just filling out the form. Here are my receipts. You asked me for the complaints, I'm giving them to you. So if you don't like my response, well then that's not a me problem. You know what that is? That's called a you problem.
What is your policy on property taxes? You're campaigning because you haven't offered anything. You're saying here's the problems, but you offer no solutions.
Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Say it with me now. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Say it with me. I'm telling you right now. Tell me the answer you're looking for.
Hold on, guys. He's going to introduce a balanced budget amendment.
Okay, now that sounds like a policy. Why is it living on the red? Is that already? Shouldn't that be something you're talking about?
Balanced budget policy. Say it with me. Balanced budget policy. Balanced budget policy. Balanced budget policy. Balanced budget policy. Say it with me next. You're not saying it. Balanced budget policy. Balanced budget policy. Balanced budget policy.
In all seriousness, who just behind you? I want to know why. Do you have your policies posted on your website?
I've been slowly accumulating policy positions and position statements using Grok and X, so it's all on social media.
The goal is to have everything published on the website by September the 1st.
Got it.
Yeah. And I could literally knock this out in a weekend. I can do this very quickly. I've created many websites in my life.
You can talk about it.
Sorry, next.
Hold on. I just want to look. We're talking to state policy creation networks that advocate for policy and submitting ideas to them, getting them to pressure test it, and when that feedback loop is back, we'll be able to to publish these ideas. The thing is that you don't want to just simply blurt out a policy idea. You want to work with professionals that write policy. You want to make sure that that you're doing it in a way that it's going to it's going to be likely to impact and have change. Obviously, there's no point in hold on. Don't fucking interrupt me, you retard. Let me finish what I'm saying, you retard. The reality is this. If you're going to introduce a balanced budget amendment, you want to make sure that you're introducing a
that's what I, fear, but also like about him, is that he goes on these rants in other rooms as well, and a lot of these other rooms listen to him and tolerate him because of the presence. But, I didn't really think about whether he would help me or support me, but based on interactions, you just never know. And you never know until somebody is confronted with the option and a link to give you $1, $10, $100, $500, until someone hits you up for a campaign contribution, or as if they're trying to get you to invest in a multi-level marketing scam. Because in a way, it is all kind of a Ponzi scheme or some type of a scheme. So, but the thing is, running for Congress is it's because it's just real, It's hard to believe that it only took me 15 minutes. I'm not making this up. It took me 15 minutes to file to run for Congress. So what I don't understand is all these social media influencers who are chasing likes and literally on a Friday, Saturday, they have anxiety of if their likes or follows went up or down, All these people should literally be running for Congress because it only takes you 15 minutes to file, apparently, especially in the state of Illinois. I know you said other states have filing fees, but I don't know. I was kind of shocked how easy it was to file because filing for committeemen, talking about ballot access, committeemen, which is a know-nothing position other than a name and an email on the GOP website, you have to go downtown and submit a complicated file. Like, it's a lot of work to file to run for office in Chicago. But to run for Congress, an incredibly complicated, difficult, and huge position with giant budget responsibilities, took me as an American 15 minutes to file. So the experience itself of doing this is mind-blowingly, it's mind-blowing. I know maybe people can't do it if they're working a job or something, but basically being in front of the camera and trying to run for Congress, I'm surprised more people don't do it, or you don't see more fringe people running for office. There are, but see, the thing is, they're always on the left. There are always a lot of liberals, and you get a lot of virality on TikTok, and they raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. One girl is running in Janet Schikowski's district here in Chicago. She's like a liberal with some whack job, but she could win. She's got a lot of money, so this is politics. It's really interesting and it's fun. And Mojo, I thank you because without your help, this would basically just be a John show every day and nobody would show up. But you have that special Mojo spice, and this, I think, is how systems get optimized and people get optimized. Being in a safe space to let people scrape their heads off about homicidal ideation all day long. I suppose whatever stirs the pot and creates some gossip, but I think people need to listen to some of these replays and scratch their head and say, that one's a little intense, kind of like, what's that Robert De Niro film, Cape Fear or something, that type of guy. I don't know. Maybe some people got tattoos on their knuckles on this app. I don't know.
Wait, this is a safe space.
Well, we used to have a tagline in Healthy Debates that we were not a safe space, we were a brave space.
Yeah, that's not more realistic.
I'm just saying, in a campaign video, if you see Clubhouse tattoo, marker on my fingers and I'm doing a pull-up in the park and I'm going, Darren, the hood. That's just a joke.
Yeah, but cloud is too many. You're gonna have to go with cloud.
You know what would be great? We should get people to show up with the same Garrett Lehut
get a lot of attention. Now, even if people see the live stream of us discussing this operation, in the name of politics, I don't think it violates any rules. And, you know, the fact that Adams came in here with Darren LaHood PTR, which was genuine, you know, he is that contrarian who's on this app who claims that my recordings, these illicit recordings, but I like to call them explicit recordings, you know, for some reason it has ticked people off and they want to attack, as opposed to being an out. Some people come on this app to attack, into road rage, and you detect that pattern in those people all the time. So I just think, you know, if I'm holding up a candle and moths want to fly into the candle while I'm holding it, we'll let them fly into the candle. That's fine. They're just moths. I mean, you know, woof.
You know, people in Texas don't fuck around with each other because everybody knows they have a gun. You know, it kind of keeps you accountable and stuff.
I think that some of the opposition that you're getting has nothing to do with you running at all. I think some people like are cranky with you because of your history in recording rooms. I think that's true. But I also think some people are just being performative of like, oh, okay, John's getting some attention. If I can throw myself into a conflict with them, then that'll give me some attention. That's what I think is fueling it for some people. And then I think there's other people that legitimately just find you like offensive, you know, like because of the recordings.
Well, it could also be my personality. I'm not saying I'm the most intelligent, charming, or handsome, or sophisticated individual on the planet. I mean, for God's sakes, I'm recording Clown House. You know, this wasn't necessarily my career choice, you know, postgraduate college. It just seems to have been a calling and a tie-in to a political campaign that will hopefully enlighten people and wake people up to the fact that Kitover is awake and Illinois is awake, and we're not going to let Darren LaHood get away with voting on any more HR acts to the tune of $2 trillion a year over 10 years, which is $20 trillion, which is, you know, 5 Apple corporations. So just think about how many people here look at their Apple phone all day long. That's a primary consumer product. You can't just create 5 Apple corporations out of thin air, but the government has over the course of 20 years. So that's a huge redistribution of wealth, a huge taxation scheme through inflation, let alone unfair flow of those dollars to a lot of woke spending, which nobody knows is happening. I have recordings. It's published now, but I have a video of an internal IRS video of pronoun training by an LGBTQ coordinator in the IRS that I was forced to sit through for an hour and a half on pronoun training and how to communicate with the LGBTQ community. That type of insane waste of time for government employees, let alone there's somebody's job who does LGBTQ training in the Treasury Department professionally, is such a waste of time and money. It's that type of fraud, waste, and abuse that I want to expose that is going to enrage people who pay 40% of their hard labor to an organization that shakes you down at a taxpayer service center, which I used to help, you know, floor plan and build. But nonetheless, it's time now for liberty to stir once again in the womb of time. But are you willing to send $1? We don't even have the link up. And I'm only at 14%. Ugh. I don't know. Can anybody give me some positive, constructive feedback to help propel this campaign to the next stage, next level?
Well, Abby just came here, and I know that Abby cares a lot about who goes to Congress. Abby, what's the number one issue for you to decide? Okay, I can get behind this guy. I can. Now, I understand that, you know, because you're a Republican, you might already favor a different Republican, but just in general, forget about John. What is what would be the one issue that would be like, yep, if they're good on that, I'll probably vote for them.
First of all, I have to endorse a candidate that's a incumbent that is supporting the issue that's important to me. So I just need to say that. But what do I care about the most right now and how they vote?
Yeah, if there was like if you were stack ranking them of like Like, is there one issue that if they were wrong on it, like even if they had 9 out of the other top 10, you'd still be like, nope, I can't support them. Like, what is the most important thing to you?
Okay, if there. My safety and security. I'm very concerned. That's probably the most important. Is how they fare on the issue of what's affecting me personally the most, which would be my safety and security, and the fight against the hatred I'm dealing with now. Second issue would be the economy. So it would be ranking it that way. And the safety and security also is dealing not just with my life in the United States, but also it involves foreign policy as well. Then I care about capital gains.
John, do you have a policy on capital gains?
Yeah, I mean, we're taxed at an insane rate, and the burdensome process of filing your trades every year with the IRS to pay your capital gains tax on it, it's insane. And your IRA, your SEP IRA, your Roth IRA, these investment vehicles are additional taxation burdens and compliance issues with the IRS. I say open the muff, go in with a new investment vehicle approach that eliminates taxation, whether you want to withdraw prematurely to retirement, but give people a tax haven to invest in the stock market.
What would you do with the rate on the capital gains tax?
I would lower it significantly. I would lower it to 1% for the next 6 years if I got into Congress. That would be my proposal.
So you would reduce it to 1%.
1%. That's
How
all
are you going to
people
make
got to
up
pay.
that revenue?
Oh, very easily. We're going to stop borrowing and spending. Say it with me. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Come on, Abby, will you say it with me? Let's stop borrowing.
No, I'm in
stop
a different
spending.
place than you, my dear. Sorry. I just don't want it raised from where it is right now. What about the corporate tax rate?
Gotta lower that too.
1031 exchanges. How do you feel about 1031 exchanges?
Feel like that's another tax scheme, and all I gotta say is let's just stop taxing. Let's stop borrowing.
Wait, so do you know what they are? Or are you going to quickly look it up?
What kind of an investment vehicle is it, Abby? Tell us.
A 1031 exchange is a real estate like kind exchange.
Oh, well, that sounds great.
Kamala Harris wanted to abolish it.
Oh, she also wanted to provide transgender illegal aliens and prisoners sex change operations at the expense of the taxpayer.
Has the room been straight about politics, Roger?
We've been talking about all kinds of stuff.
Has anyone talked about where Trump is right now in the meeting, or?
That's happening tomorrow morning, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be the content of the room tomorrow.
Abby, I'm a big believer in Israel, and I just think that, if we can send any weapons or money to Israel, we should give them basically carte blanche service for whatever they need. I mean, to me, there's no external country other than, America being number one. Israel's my number two. And so I'm just saying, if you're not willing to give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, a Service Connect disabled veteran living in Chicago, fighting for America first and Israel second, I just can't understand. You're a successful attorney. You give me so much criticism. I'm just asking you for $10, 10 not 11, 10 not 9.
I just told you, number one, I support an incumbent that supports our issues. So, and we endorse your opponent. My PAC's already endorsed your opponent. So, no, I cannot give you money. And I wish you luck in the process, but it's you're not going to win me on that one. We've already endorsed him.
Can you tell us how?
He's in our portal, both my portals. So
Abby, can you tell what we should think about the 1031 you brought up?
I think it's an important vehicle of investment, and I think that when I looked at Harris's plan to abolish it, as well as, you know, her tax on unrealized gains, which was just insane. I mean, it was just a litany of things in the Democratic platform on their tax platform that was just really problematic. But she also wanted to increase capital gains. It was to ordinary income, and then it came down to like, I believe it was like 28%. I can't remember, but she came down a little bit from the ordinary income rate. But I think like-kind exchanges are an important investment vehicle. There was just a number. I'd have to find it and read you what was in their proposal. But there was a lot of concerning stuff. The tax on unrealized gains made no sense. I mean, in light of the fact that you could be losing the money and still taxed on it. I mean, we talked ad nauseum about that in these rooms during the election.
You know, Abby, I know you're not going to contribute to the campaign, but you have now contributed in another way. Thank you for the clip.
What am I clipping?
You're now in a campaign video on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
You do not anything regarding your campaign.
Well, I'm sorry, but please refer to the room title. We are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Look at the title.
I'm not using anything on a campaign. You need to hear my words very clearly. You do not use any.
Too late, Abby. We got you with Apex. Thank you very little. Thank you very little, Abby.
Also, it said in the title of the room.
You're challenging an actual lawyer. Probably a dumb fucking thing to do when you're not a practicing lawyer yourself.
It's actually in the room title, so you have no case.
You're missing the fucking point. There's a lawyer.
Not really.
If she wanted to sue you, she could easily sue you. It
Who are
wouldn't
you
be
talking
fucking
to?
hard. You are not.
Wait, hold on. If you're
How
gonna
do you
sue
know
somebody-
I'm not?
Hold on. Everyone mute up. That includes you, Mike. If you're gonna sue somebody, you're gonna have to prove damages. Prove your damages.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessary.
Well, I
If
think
you have no damages, you're not gonna get anything.
I think with my videos today of Brad libeling and slandering me, you know, I have recordings and you know, live stream audio in other clubhouse rooms. I'm just saying, like, would I be able to get compensation from Brad to the tune of $50,000 to help fund the campaign
He
by
was
suing
giving an
him?
opinion. He was giving an opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, he did say that he wasn't a veteran and he had stolen valor.
So
You have to prove it caused extreme emotional distress. There's 4 elements.
Okay, everybody, I just need to remind you that you are in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? So don't forget, this is all being streamed to YouTube Live as well as X and Clubhouse. So every word you say will be recorded and put on other platforms. The question is, do you consent?
You consented by coming into the room.
It's such a weird, funny game, isn't it?
Yeah. That doesn't give you the right to then edit it and use it for your campaign. That's a different beast.
And I made it clear, you're not.
See, anyone could sue you for payment. Doesn't
Well,
have to be
the
damaged.
thing is,
You owe me money. If it happens to be a SAG actor, oh my God,
see, what I am maybe worried about.
Misappropriation. Person.
What I am worried about is that I put that video up stating that an AIPAC representative has attacked candidate Congressman Kitover on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign. So I'm just wondering, is the title...
I'm not an APAC representative. I'm not. So I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm not.
Well, you said it was your pack. I mean, you can go back and watch the live
that's
stream.
not my pack.
I'm just saying, watch the live stream and don't forget.
I made it very clear, it's not my pack.
Abby, don't forget, you're in a room called We're Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Because everything you said is on YouTube Live, and you can watch the replay. People are gonna hate me. Why are you gonna hate me? This is funny.
YouTube Live? Really? Alright, I think there is a weird thing going on with different abled couples. How about that? There we go. Hot take. YouTube Live. Get it, lady. Do it, lady.
What is a different abled couple exactly, specifically?
Alright, so I got you. Shut up. I got you. Alright, so there's a husband that has a muscular dystrophy. Has a muscular wasting disease. And he's confined to a chair. And his wife is not. She's regular smoking hot. So my brain, when I see that, automatically goes, she's either cheating on him, has a fetish, has a savior complex, etc., etc. There's no way in my brain.
Did he have the muscular dystrophy?
Yeah, he's kind of like that.
Did he have it before they met, or did he
Yes. No, he's had it. He looks like.
You're saying that he
Wait, hold on. What does this have to do with the Hey, what does this have to do with the campaign called Back Down Kill?
Nothing. I was trying to change the subject.
Oh, well, how about this? The next person that gives a $10 donation to the John Kitover campaign gets the next time.
So I can
Great idea.
my topic.
You know what, Mojo? I can't put the link in the chat anymore, but if you want to turn it into a money bomb, a 1 a.m. super money bomb, I'd be willing to stay up for another 20 minutes to facilitate that super money bomb fundraiser. And I want to thank Abby for the clips, because even though you may not be a contributor.
Hold on. But I think that this might be the new strategy, is that we can if people give to the campaign, we'll allow them to pick the topic. In fact, if they give to the campaign, I'll be people to go. I think they will want to. Hey, why are you interrupting me? Are you fine? What's happening?
I think y'all were interested in my story, and maybe if you put me up to tell a story, people will.
Wait, if you want to talk about that, you have to give $10 to the campaign.
That's garbage. Excuse me, and shit. And you.
I will comply as long as I can quote the topic that I choose in the donation.
The donation has to be a minimum of $10. Yes. And I will keep that topic alive for at least 1 hour.
Wow, this is a great new strategy. We would have raised $120 or even $180 a day if we had this power hour every hour. I would say that if people aren't willing to put up, I ask them to just shut up. If you want a topic in a category, you're gonna have to pay for it.
And we can send people to the goo for $1 a minute.
Roger, any subject?
Let's run it like a real clown house show.
If you really want to let me choose the topic.
That's what I'm saying, Roger. Any topic for $10?
the title's been updated to $10 a topic. Campaign candidate Congressman John. Link is above. $10 now.
Are we doing spirit of the house rules, or is it the actual wording?
I'm the ultimate arbiter of what the enforcement would be.
Can I suggest, or can we discuss before you put me down when I come up with something bonkers?
If you give the $10 to John Kitover's campaign, I will allow the topic to stand, provided it does not violate any of the rules in the house rules.
But what I'm saying is the spirit of the house rules, or the letter.
Well, I gotta tell you, if you're gonna continue to be this pedantic, I'm gonna say $20 and then you get to pick the topic.
I'm okay with that.
No rules for 20?
$50, you can talk about literally anything.
So hit that link above. I'll be monitoring the email. Please let us know after you've made your submission. $100 right now would put us over the top for the day, because technically we should be at $180 and $10 an hour minimum. I mean, I know Venezuelan women in the street with children making more than $10 an hour.
So, I can't.
Austin, how about this? What's on your mind, and then I'll approve it or deny it based upon whether or not you will agree to give the to get the donation.
I'm happy to give the $20, but I want to go with something absurd, uncomfortable, and inappropriate, because it feels like a challenge. And when I came up with no, I can't do that because.
How about this? I'll help with something absurd. Is Mohammed a pedophile?
That's not strong enough.
Not strong enough?
He wants it really, really bad.
Well, let's test the spirit here. They said for $50 you can literally do it.
If I'm going places like Nampa and that kind of thing, that's not. I don't want to do that.
That's what's on your mind today?
That's not on my mind, but that was the place I was going for this, and it seems wrong.
Dark East one.
That sounds racist.
Yeah, that did a little bit, but not really. Here's what I got. What about whether or not we should keep abortion clinics open for caviar purposes? That type of. If I could reword that.
What if we said instead of throwing dead babies, aborted babies in the garbage, why don't we feed them to alligators? What that one?
Well, could we make an alligator Alcatraz? Interesting. So, John, where's this link?
Up above.
And what are my payment choices before I spin up a VM?
You can set Apple Pay, Google Pay,
Or a credit card? There's no crypto. I gotta go steal a fucking credit card to do this. Oh my god.
I want to know if John's going to keep streaming this on YouTube, or he's going to cut it and start again.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're at an hour and 21 minutes. I usually try to keep it to an hour, so let's do a cut. Thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, more like the subject matter scares you, I think. Yeah. Also wants to talk about dating black women, babies, alligators.
I'm uncomfortable. I like that. No.
Wasn't that your point, to make us all uncomfortable?
Yes, but not in that. It's funny to make a joke. It's not funny to make fat jokes. For lack of a better way to describe my feeling.
So you have a line of the same morality as just a very weird line?
Let's call it a fat line.
Big thick line like the 80s?
Can we call this the Richter scale?
like that. What I'm trying to say is that people might think I'm weird or I'm crazy, but I'm recording rooms of weird, crazy people. I'm mirroring them, filming myself, so a third party can listen to people on Clownhouse be crazy and weird. And I'm just saying that, I don't know how that helps the campaign, but it sure would be funny, if the world found out about Clownhouse through candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Said every Catholic priest ever. Yeah, I think the already knows about Clubhouse and we're talking about it. Yeah, that's just an 18 market pretty publicity.
Are you serious? A free telephone conference call app that only like 1 out of a million people know about? Please, dude. This app could get publicity. It doesn't get publicity. Why do you think they created Anonymous?
Oh my god, dude. Wait, where were you seeing one?
I was here on Clownhouse screaming about the COVID-19 vaccines, recording myself talking to people on Clownhouse.
And you don't remember all the big names over here?
Listen, it's all a blur at this point, and I gotta tell you, if you're not contributing $1 at least, or $10 right now, I gotta say, it's 1:30 in the morning, and I'll tell you, now that I know how to compare time to money because of a 48-hour, super cycle of fundraising, I gotta say, I think I'm gonna start, like, tracking how much I'm talking, because literally, I'll have to stop talking and just try to really focus the conversation and tie it to dollars. Because to sit here, till February and have these endless conversations, it's got to be, scheduled and really juicy. So multiple platforms, super money bombs, stir the pot for limited time cycles, and basically try to limit how much time is required in running for Congress and optimizing donations and organizations. So without your dollar right now, this is just another waste of time. So consider that. Are you a part of the problem or are you part of the solution?
Congratulations, you're now a politician and a whore.
Yeah, isn't that true? Isn't that true? That's what an escort tries to say.
So, you can go out there. Hey, I can't wait to hear your policy stuff. I'm not quite stuck in the other time, but just because it's an easy shot. Like, I'll just behind you, I'm going to put one, that's for sure. When you get your policy on the website, I'll check it out.
Okay, I'll let you know. It's going to be Grok AI assistant.
And like, I was being very serious. You do have a pretty good system.
This girl on Hinge a couple months ago, 2 months ago, she was texting me saying, like, she's basically a sugar baby. And I said, so you're telling me a sugar baby, but you're also telling me that you're not a sugar baby. And so I just, it was like a long exchange of, if anyways, I'm just saying that,
You were on that Hinge. What did you expect?
well, I'm not willing to pay for the presence of a beautiful young woman when I can go to the beach and there's 100 of them in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, I take it back. You're no longer a competition.
Well, you know what Pepe told me? He said, you should have fucked her and not given her any money. That's what Pepe told me. So I'm just wondering, William, what would you do if a beautiful woman, offered herself up to you? No, I'm just reiterating a story that I shared in a room that Pepe was in. I'm just asking you, what kind of man are you with?
I have never paid for sex. I got paid once by a chick with $20 because I need gas money. I was young, but I believe you have the right to prostitution. You have the right to sell your body if that's what you want to do. But personally, no, never done it, never will.
It's not what I was asking you, but I understand that your position. Uncle PTR that you project. That is a beautiful PTR of what is it? A black hole sun. What is it called when the sun goes in front? What goes in front? An eclipse. You are an eclipse, William. William the eclipse. What does an eclipse mean to you, William?
It's the most magical spiritual experience you can have. What was your question? You're asking whether I think you should have screwed the prostitute and not paid her?
No. I'm past that now. I figured that part out.
Oh, I'm just saying that if you're a politician who doesn't like prostitutes, I'm not sure you're going to go too far.
Well, thanks for eclipsing statement once again. William the Eclipse, everybody. Well, it's $10 a topic. Let's check the email. Let's see if there's any sleeper cells in the audience looking to send 10, not 11, 10, not $9. No, damn it. You know, I really thought, I mean, this is about what I expected. In fact, I gotta say, Mojo, I'm actually blown away. I thought maybe like $100 we would raise, or even $10, you know, but, you know, $510 to me is good enough. That is a cornerstone which will help build this campaign for pennies on the dollar. Because honestly, you can't make money unless you can basically get free clicks and, you know, do a spam operation. Because I've been involved in a lot of spam operations in my life working in digital advertising. And let me tell you, deceptive advertising is one of the biggest problems in the world today. Criminal enterprises creating fake advertisements, scamming people all around the world, all the time. It's a big business opportunity. You just have to send us $10 right now, 10, 11, 10, 9, the campaign to elect John that Dr. Adams is not on the John boat. He's on the Darren LaHood vaccine train. $20 trillion debt train. What a traitor. I hope everybody here remembers that how Dr. Adams has endorsed Darren LaHood and gone against the Clubhouse John Kitover. His own kind. What a hypocrite. What a traitor. If there was a Clubhouse Constitution and a declaration, I'd have you arrested on Clubhouse, Dr. Adams. I say shame on you, Dr. Adams. You know, you put a lot of stuff in the chat about your family paying all this money.
Oh God, does it not get old, John?
It's just wild. Like, I like it because, you know,
You're just jealous. You're just jealous because my feelings published today when we're not going to do this. Stop it.
I agree. I don't think roasting him is the point of this room, but it could be the point of the future room. But I have to say, everyone has their place in the campaign to win John because Dr. Adams, your latest speech in the room was put on YouTube because you were in a room called Everything in This Room is being live streamed to YouTube, so you consented and it asked you to consent by asking you, do you consent? That's called a question. And so we have now entered the final stages of today's campaign push here on Clubhouse. You are in the $10 topic. If you're in the audience and you want to talk about anything under the sun, it's only $10. And this is the campaign to elect Congressman John. You have to click that link above. It says secure.antidote/campaign to elect John. Kiddo, you need to send $10 right now, or $100 if you have it. Dig deep. Hold on to your heart, grab your balls, and get John into Congress. It will require your money. There is no way to do this unless we can buy media and get operations on the ground to get signatures. We will mass distribute and mass spam a very conservative, libertarian fiscal policy to defeat Darren LaHood, who nobody likes in his district except for a paper tiger Republican Party. They're just a paper tiger Republican Party. That's it. They're just a paper tiger. It's a little clique of just a couple people who think they're so special and so egotistical that the voters can't wake up and get, marketed and activated to through social media. The time is now. It's not that complicated. What do you think social media is? It's a spam advertising network. We are going to send intelligent, educated communication, and we hope you'll be a part of this. Dr. Adams is already a part of it, and he hasn't even given $10 like you. So dig deep, grab your heart, grab your balls, and give $100 to the campaign right now. We've got an EIN number, a campaign account number, a bank letter, an FEC filing, financial campaign disclosure. We are set and ready to launch this campaign as soon as possible. But we need to get to thousands of dollars in our checking account, and we need your money now. So I hope this WTTW, National Broadcast Radio, which is now shut down, thank God, is getting to you, the American voter, the American supporter, the American patriot. Thank you very much. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover wishing you all health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. Dig deep right now. Grab your balls. Grab that wallet. Lean over. Grab your phone. Click the link. Plug in your name. Put in your address. Put in your credit card number and hit submit. Dig deep. Surprise me. Send me 1,000 right now. Surprise me. Surprise the room. Dig deep. Send that $1,000 if you can. You can charge your card $1,000. You can do it right now. Send the money. Dig deep. Grab your balls. Be an American patriot. We are going to blast this message to the heartland of Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln and American patriots used to fight savage Native Americans. Well, they built a bunker complex up to the heart of Chicago to take it over from a bunch of savage Black Hawk Indians. That's the kind of campaign we're going to lead against Darren LaHood when we defeat him. He is a vaccinologist, $20 trillion debt $10 a topic. Messi, are you ready to get $10 right now to initiate a topic? Okay, to the Gooey Shall Go. I'm a capitalist, but unfortunately I'm communistically doing it because this campaign needs dollars. That's $10, $100. We'll see. Are you ready? Are you ready to get sent to the Goo? $10 a topic. We'll see. What do you say? Okay, everybody is asleep. We've put the room to sleep again. This is your late night ASMR Congressman experience. We're going to create an ASMR Congressman experience video right now for the voters of the 16th district, as well as some disgruntled Clownhouse users who hate all of my recordings, even though they can't actually identify a single recording that they hate, nor a single video that they'd like taken down. All they can do is come on Clownhouse and complain about everything. It's as if I have single-handedly ruined some people's Clubhouse experience, or ruined the potential for a pure Clubhouse experience for future people. I don't know. Some people take it so seriously. Okay, it's that midnight hour, so we're going to do a quick Jewish Kitover study for everyone here who is prepared to give 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign. Click above and send the money now. I'm going to give you that $10 you're looking for. This is called God's speech. God's speech is not like your speech. When you utter a word, the word seems outside of you. But there is nothing outside of God, and no place is empty of Him. Even when God speaks and words become worlds, the absolute union of God and creation is unbroken. Hence God has not changed. His breath is veiled in sound, becoming words we're listening. So God's light is veiled in form, becoming creation to the Creator. God perceives no other. Torah speaks as humans speak, giving the impression of duality. But there is no duality in God, and the one light animates all worlds, including even those mired in self and otherness. Unawakened selves are called other gods, their otherness falsely derived from their imagined distance from God. Perceiving nothing but themselves, they proclaim themselves gods, saying, I am, and there is nothing besides me. Thus, arrogance is the heart of idolatry. But arrogance is rooted in delusion, for there is nothing but God. Adam Kadmon, Absolute, Bariya, Yetzira, and Asiya, spirit, soul, mind, heart, and body. Your very existence depends on your capacity to say, I am. Neshama is the faculty that allows this to happen, since God's non-duality Shlemut necessitates the existence of a multiplicity of I am. It would be a mistake to imagine that Neshama is evil or that it must be eliminated. The same is true of the Kelly Pot, the shells that allow you to see objects as other than yourself. The Kelly Pot of God, the shell of ego, which allows you to be you at all. Everything from the most sublime to the most mundane is part of God's infinite creativity. The problem is not with the neshama and Kelly Pot themselves, but with our ignorance. The problem is not that you say I am, but that you mistakenly assume there is nothing besides me. This ignorance is maintained by ignoring the fact that you cannot exist alone, that you are not separate from your environment, and that the whole environment, from Adam Kedmon to Asiya, the first and fifth worlds of divine emanation, is the outpouring of God's creativity. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that reading. That's from the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. I hope it altered your perception and you enjoyed it. Send $10 right now. There's about 25 of you in the audience. If each one of you just found it in your heart to send $1 right now, we could overturn the world with just a feather. A feather to tickle Dr. Adams. Playing the bells ain't gonna hypnotize people. Oh, really, Adams? It's not gonna work. I bet you need to salivate like a dog. Woo. Let's see here, Adams. Take a deep breath, Adams. Here we go.
John, you have until the 27th to collect signatures, the 27th of October.
That's soon. It's much sooner than I thought. I thought maybe we'd get to January or February.
You better remind them by October 27th, and between the 27th and November 3rd, that's when they're submitted, along with all the other paperwork, and if you submit it too early, it won't be accepted, and if you submit it too late, it won't be valid. So the 27th and the 3rd is very important. And after the 3rd, you're going to review the filing, verify the signatures, and allow time for challenges. Your opponent to contest the petition if they think the signatures are invalid. Once verified, they're officially on the March ballot. So we have between now and October 27th. So we've got August, September, October. We've essentially got 2 months to do it.
So let's say 60 days, 2,000 signatures. It's about 30 signatures a day, or more. So it's a lot of signatures.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll get people involved that can help with that. We're gonna get some libertarians involved, but you're gonna have to give them like 3 reasons to give a shit.
Well, I need to work up in a clubhouse room. Anybody can't really. This is the internet. I think everybody's asleep. And maybe right now is a good Irish goodbye time, 2 a.m. You know, nobody wants to stay up all night working on this campaign. The Hood has what it needs to run a silent campaign anyway. So what is he going to about the job we got? So the Libertarians